statements that are made. So for most of today, I would imagine.
So is this something the evidence leaders will do immediately?
Indeed.
The witnesses' evidences?
Indeed. But to enable the witness to tell their story in full, we will only do that after they have told their story in full. So for most of today, I will be leading Mr. Mogotsi through his statement that's been made available to you. Depending on how far we get today, either late today or tomorrow, I will then start testing particular aspects of that, of what Mr. Mogotsi says in his statement.
I hope that doesn't stop us from doing what we have been doing, which is sometimes to ask a few testing questions as you go along.
Indeed, certainly clarificatory questions, absolutely, Chair. We would welcome clarificatory questions. Mr. Mogotsi needs the opportunity.
Dad, I'm a genius. We don't have to freeze anymore. I can make us penguins fly.
That's going to be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad. Just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Or did you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
In addition to the file containing the statement, there are two other files, 1 and 2, one referred to as the exhibit bundle and the other as annexures. I want to put one behind me. Is there one that you
indeed,
think you
the exhibits
focus on?
bundle will not be referred to today.
Which one?
Exhibits bundle. File 1. So exhibits bundle will not be referred to today at all. And that's in terms of an undertaking I've made to Mr. Mogotsi's legal representatives, because it was made available at a very, very late stage. So they will need to go through it with Mr. Mogotsi after hearings today before I can refer to it. I should mention also in that regard that there are certain, in the annexure bundle, which is file 2, there are certain, if one goes to page 144, from 144 on, there are documents which are the documents that were attached to the chats between Mr. Mogotsi and Mr. Katmatlala. I will not be referring to those documents today because, again, they were made available at a late stage to Mr. Mogotsi, and his legal team needs just to have the opportunity to confirm that they are indeed what we say they are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Mr. Chaskalson, is it 144 of 2 of 2?
It is
CBM1.
From CBM1 onwards.
And also maybe just to guide our engagement in this uninterrupted section, when you do the second part, you will be interrogating the statement of today.
Indeed,
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, good morning. Please place your name, your full names on record.
Brown Mogotsi.
Are you going to swear or affirm?
I'm going to swear, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi. And Mr. Mogotsi, just to repeat what I've just said to the Chair, in the first stage of this...
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chaskalson. Mr. Mogotsi, can you please switch on both mics and try to pull them as close to you as possible?
I thought they're not moving.
As long as you'll still have room for your laptop.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Just to repeat what I indicated to the chair at the outset, the purpose of the starting phase of today's session is really for me to enable you to tell the story that you tell in your statement. So I am not going to try to catch you out this morning, as it were. I'm trying to amplify what you say in your statement. There will come a point when we reach the end of your statement when I will have to test what the correctness of what you're saying. But I will give you notice when we reach that point, so you know when to be on your guard, as it were. With that introduction, Mr. Mogotsi, can I just check that you have in front of you both the file called Statement and the file called Annexures, File 2 of 2?
Yeah, they're in my possession, thank you.
And so we will start with your statement. And there is a fairly lengthy introductory section that runs from page 1 through to paragraph 13 on page 4, which explains the approach to you from the Commission, the notices that were sent to you and your responses. I don't think we need to dwell on it in any detail, but will you merely confirm that what you, well, maybe we should start at the very beginning. Can I ask you to go to the end of your statement, page 25, and confirm that the signature that we see on page 25 is your signature?
That's my signature, that's correct, Commissioner.
And that the contents of the statement that you have furnished to the Commission are true and correct?
True and correct, that's correct.
To go back then, paragraphs 3 to 13 really set out the background to the Commission's engagement with you and what happened in leading up to your furnishing of the statement that we received on Saturday. Beyond confirming that those paragraphs are correct, is there anything in relation to those paragraphs that you would like to highlight or to amplify before we move on to the substance of your statement?
No, they are correct.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied.
Then, if we can start with the substantive part of your statement, and maybe you can start at paragraph 15 and tell the Commission about your history that you set out in paragraph 15.
Thank you, Commissioners. During the period from 1993 to the early part of 1995, I was in Sizwe operative, but in its self-defense unit, which operated within South Africa, and had its own objective and gathering of intelligence. I gained a lot of experience in the clandestine gathering of intelligence and the practices of counterintelligence. I then became, and I was appointed an official informant for the South African Police Service in 1999. During 2009, I was registered and thereafter acted as an agent for crime intelligence in South African Police Service.
And can you explain to the Commission the difference between an informant and an agent?
You see, an informant will be any person. It even happens in different situations. We may be a group of 3 probably doing something illegal or stealing, and when I happen to be arrested alone, the moment I tell the police the truth and tell them, even yesterday we stole something and we left it at a particular place, and the police goes there and find whatever that I'm saying. And further probably tell the police, look, even next week or tomorrow, we are planning to break somewhere, and the police goes there and they find that it's true. My friends were attempting to steal or they were breaking. The particular person can also be regarded as an informant, or a police officer may be knowing the movement of this person his environment and may also make that particular person an informant. But when it comes to a contact agent will be recruited by a crime intelligence officers or official. And that recruitment will include certain things based on your history. Usually they'll even recruit an individual who has been an informant for some time. There is a particular paragraph in here which gives the difference between an informant, the definition of a co-handler. But what I need to emphasize, and a co-agent, sorry. A co-agent, unlike a...
Sorry, can I just clarify, when you say co-agent, are you referring to contact agent?
Contact agent, okay. Contact agent. A contact agent is having a different, is usually empowered with an instrument that is it's utilized by all organizations, criminal intelligence organizations in the world. It's a very sophisticated instrument. It's called the legend building. In its definition, it's more like creating a false life or a backstory created for a clandestine operatives. It is an essential component of spy cover identity designed to withstand scrutiny and conceal the identity. Now, this contact agent, as I said, there is a particular paragraph which gives, is paragraph 18. It says a contact agent is a person who is recruited by a crime intelligence officer, which is referred to as a handler. A contact agent is expected to establish a network of sources and informants in order to execute the task, and the handler would from time to time assign to the contact agent in the field. It goes to say a contact agent does not carry any form of identification which would refer to him or her as holding that designation, because a file with the contact agent details is kept in custody of his or her handler's possession. Now, all payments for services rendered by a contact agent and disbursement incurred in the execution of his or her duties as a contact agent are paid in cash by the handler after having completed the necessary paperwork. And usually, a handler would recruit a contact agent with the knowledge that the contact agent has been informant for South African police services proceeding his or her recruitment. And it further says, a contact agent can thus be described as a person who acts as a link between an intelligence service and informant or undercover operative. He or she passes information, instruction, or resources between the two while protecting the identities of those involved. He further manages the safety and secrecy of the communication channel used. For example, in South Africa, Crime Intelligence Division, a contact agent might liaise with police intelligence officers and civilian sources who provide information about criminal activities and or investigation.
If I can just clarify a couple of issues. You talk about payments. Can I ask, when you were an informant, were you ever paid for your services as informant?
As an informant, yes, you would be reimbursed in some way.
And as an agent, have you been paid as an agent?
Yeah, when recruited, you will obviously, after meeting your handler, after a week or so, he'll come and probably give a recruitment fee of some sort. And you will gradually be talking about your tasks and so forth. And here and there, he will assist you and bring you some payment, which all the time you'll have to sign some papers on receiving of that payment.
And when you as an agent run informants or have informants, are you empowered to pay them, the informants underneath you?
Commissioners, there is no way. You may just know that a particular informant has claimed so and so much through, and because you will be talking to the handler, there's no way you can pay. It is only the handler who can pay the informant. And just to add, Commissioners, even the handler on doing the payment will never come with a friend or a colleague. It will only be you and the handler.
So if your informants were paid, it wasn't you who paid them, it was one of your handlers who would pay them?
Commissioner, may you repeat the question?
So if your informants, the informants who you had when you were building a network as an agent, if they were paid, it would be the handlers who paid them, not
It will
you?
be the handlers, that's correct.
You've talked generally, you mentioned building a legend. Can you just explain to the Commission what you meant by that regard, in that regard?
The legend building. This instrument, when I said you will create a false life, in one of the statements, you will see I said one of my communications with General Mogotsi, for example. I sent him a message that, how is your relationship between yourself and Lieutenant General Khumalo? And he asked, what did he say? And I said, no, he was putting a remark that you are not listening to the crime intelligence. But the moment he advanced more question, I said, the minister has been briefed, or I said, General Khan will brief you next week. It's just to create a false life. You create a perception that the person can start talking to you.
But in your case, the legend that you created didn't involve any different identity from your actual identity as Brown Mogotsi. You didn't.
Yes, I remained Brown Mogotsi.
Can you then take the Commission to paragraph 16 of your statement and explain what happened in December 2020?
During December 2020, I was called by the late Lieutenant General Mfazi. It was just after the PPE scandal, after the COVID-19. And it was also after the arrest of Divisional Commissioner Lieutenant General Jacobs, Major General Kalakala and the others. And when he called me for a task in my capacity as a contact agent to investigate, also to check the irregularities within the crime intelligence and South African Police Service. And that time, Lieutenant General Mfazi was the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Choose your price up front. Then ride.
Dad, I forgot I've got math homework.
At least there's no surprises with the fare.
What's the square root of 144?
12. 12. It's 12.
Wow, Dad, you're so clever.
I try.
You can't choose your questions, but you can choose your price for a ride.
And other transactions. For example, you would have a proof of payment to informers, and you will want to establish if really these informers did receive those payments and so forth.
Can you continue then to paragraph 17?
Yes, that's where Lieutenant General Mfazi introduced wanted the particular handler to be my handler. And I told him, no, but I do have a handler, General Mfazi, who was Warrant Officer Mabizela. But then the one that he called, we then agreed that he'll be my co-handler.
So, Lieutenant General Mfazi essentially gave you a co-handler to work alongside Mabizela.
That's correct.
And as far as you were concerned, was there any division of labor between the two handlers? Was there work that you did with Mabizela but not your co-handler, and work that you did with the co-handler and not Mabizela?
No. Yes, we will. The handler is the one who will always give you tasks, but in circumstances where the handler is not available, will also say, please talk to the co-handler, or I have spoken to the co-handler, please work with him in this particular project.
So as far as you were concerned, the handlers were a team that was managing you. There wasn't like, as though Mabizela dealt with you in relation to a particular project. Co-handler had nothing to do with that, but he dealt with a different project.
Now, if there is a project, the co-handler will know and be notified by the handler. A co-handler will not initiate any mission without the main handler, the handler himself.
Now, in paragraph 19, you indicate that you need to protect the identity of the co-handler. And you say he undertook to be interviewed by me, and that interview, in fact, took place yesterday. I don't want you to name the co-handler in open commission, but can I ask you just to write on a piece of paper which you will show to the commissioners the name of the co-handler, so that if at a later stage the co-handler is called to testify, we know that we're talking to the same person.
Commissioners, may I approach my counsel, please? You just have to write down the name of the handler. It's all right. Commissioners, I will
Can I also see the piece of paper?
May I ask that Mr. Mogotsi should please write the first name as well, if he knows it. Thank you.
When you're not testifying, and particularly when you're talking to your attorney, switch off your microphones because it gets recorded.
Thank you. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Mr. Mogotsi, at the end of paragraph 19...
Sorry, Mr. Chancellor. Please continue.
At the end of paragraph 19, you say, during my clandestine investigations, I uncovered criminal activities. As a result, my scope of work investigation was expanded. Can you amplify that? Can you give an indication of the sorts of criminal activities that you uncovered and how your scope of work expanded?
At first, it came about most of the missions which were done like informants working with the police, how the claims of informants will be inflated on the original submission as opposed to what the informant will receive. But most importantly was the coordination in the crime intelligence in terms of, I may just give you one example. There was a time when an instruction was given out that all informants would receive a flat rate amount, whereas when claims are done, you see a different. You'll just get a different thing. And remember, commissioners.
What do you mean by seeing a different thing?
Different amount, like it was now known, and that's what created a big problem for the crime intelligence, when all informers were given a flat rate of 3,000 rand, irrespective of the work they have done. And I believe as we continue, one will give you tangible explanation, evidence that shows how the crime intelligence actually got affected to where we are today. Yes.
Just to be sure I understand you, Mr. Mogotsi, are you saying the informants would be paid a flat rate, but when the claim was made in respect of that informant, yes, a higher amount would be claimed
yes. But now,
from the so-called slush fund?
Yes, that's correct. And not only that.
All right.
You know, commissioners, what is contained in the statement is mostly questions which were directed to me to respond to. I believe this commission, through the contribution, how we want to assist this commission, there will be a drastic change, especially in the crime intelligence. As we go on, we'll be able to get the picture, the actual picture, as to actually why are we here, why there is this commission. As we go on, I believe so.
Apologies, I interrupted you. You were still at the point where you were talking about the flat rate being paid, but a higher claim being made.
Yes, that's where an informant will tell you, I've received this much, and your source inside will tell you a different amount. And then as 2 or 3 of those things happen, that's when the scope gets expanded. Yes.
And how did the scope expand?
Then that's when you start focusing on something very, very difficult. If a particular or if an incident of that kind has occurred, commissioners, it will now call to check as to after every arrest, how will this informant be remunerated? Now, not focusing on fighting crime. Now, wishing that there could be something happening that there could be, and once arrest has happened, then one will want to know how the whole thing unfolded at the end of the day.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mogotsi, I think earlier you said that payments would be made in cash.
That's correct.
So were there records that you verify against if you're doing this investigation?
Yeah, the utilization of a source, it's a very tricky thing. It goes with loyalty and trust. But the source will always show you something which you cannot take. But then you'll inform your handler that, such and such has taken place. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskatsi.
Then in paragraph 20, you talk about Lieutenant General passing away in July 2021. Can you explain to the Commission what happened at that point?
Lieutenant Mufazi passed away in 2021. Sorry, excuse me. And then immediately my handler has instructed me to lay low. And by the way, there is an investigation on the passing of Lieutenant General Mufazi, the suspicion of being poisoned. There is that investigation by IDEC. However, my handler instructed me to lay low, which I did, but I kept communication between the handler and the co-handler.
Can I just clarify? Certainly, the official recorded cause of death for Lieutenant General Mfazi is COVID, is it not?
That's correct.
And do you know why you were instructed to lay low?
I did not. I took it that because the General Mfazi has passed on, the handler is probably thinking there should be other things that will come up at a later stage. But there was no way I could continue when the handler say you must lay low.
Paragraph 21, you talk about the period December 23 to January 2024. Had you been laying low from July 2021 through to December 2023?
Yes, but I said I kept contact with my handlers.
Can you then take the Commission through to paragraph 21?
Yes, that was the time in 2023 up to 2024, that when South African government initiated an action against the government of Israel in the International Court of Justice. Now, that's when we got information that the area in Richards Bay, which is controlled by this Israeli interest, there was a worry from those interests that South Africa may hold that particular business, the trade.
What area in Richards Bay, Mr. Mogotsi?
There is a mine in Richards Bay. But then the information as it came was that there was a suspicion then, a real suspicion, that Lieutenant General Mkonazi was recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency, the American one. And he actively worked for them.
In your statement, I will read exactly what you say when you introduce this subject of recruitment. You say, I obtained information from one of my sources that King Mrs. Zulu and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi were recruited by and actively worked for and with the American Central Intelligence Agency, in brackets CIA. Relayed to us by you, this information is hearsay. And relayed to you by your source, it is hearsay. So it is hearsay upon hearsay or double hearsay. Do you agree?
I do not agree, commissioners. In this world, the intelligence world, when there is a suspicion, you may presume, you can say yes, it's a hearsay, how a general person will think. But a contact agent, an underground operative, will have to investigate, even if you can.
No, please continue.
Okay. The hearsay part, it becomes something of a general knowledge. One must investigate because it's a suspicion. Now, if a source says to you, King Mrs. Zulu and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi were recruited by the CIA, you start paying attention to everything they do.
May I, please, it's a simple question.
Okay.
I don't even understand why you dispute what I'm suggesting to you.
When traveling the world, you're not just looking for any agency.
Mabari. Waitsiba ntwenu. Waitsiba mabari.
It's true, it's true.
Ne?
Thank you.
Kiwona?
Kiwona.
Thank you.
Hey, you know, we will not take our
Thanks. I don't want you to misunderstand me.
That's correct.
Hearsay evidence is admissible in this commission. The only issue would be its probative value. That is what weight we attach to it. So it's still admissible. Yeah.
Thank you.
But my next question then is, what detail, if any, did your source give you on how the source knew that General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu had been recruited by the CIA?
Commissioner, may Commissioner rephrase the question? I don't.
What detail did your source give you on how they, that is your source, knew that General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu had been recruited by the CIA? Did your source just say, do you know, General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu were recruited by the CIA without more?
Yeah, it is without more. You'll just say, you know, King Mrs. Zulu he's been staying somewhere in the US. You check, and then you see how General Mkhwanazi speaks. It always tells you he was trained by the American and what. That's where everything started, commissioners. And indeed, even in front of the here and in our talk, he spoke about being trained by the American.
I'll tell you that I actually hold a degree from the United States of America. Does that make me a CIA operative? I'm scared I asked that question because you just might say yes.
No.
But can you please respond?
Yeah, no, I cannot say that, commissioners. Investigation as it comes. Someone may say that, not to me, to another agent, to whoever, may say Commissioner Madlanga is a CIA. He may say that, not to me. Yes, that.
Thank you.
just picking up on the chair's question, apart from the fact that General Mkhwanazi says that he received some training in the United States, did your source give you any information to support his allegation that General Mkhwanazi and King Misizulu are CIA agents?
Yeah. You see, when information came, commissioners, it further talks to the treatment which the combination of General Mkhwanazi and Misizulu, King Misizulu, how they treated the brother to King Misizulu, Prince Makati. The investigation took us to that extent that we ended up having to meet them.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, even though the question is not mine. I do not understand the question to be about what you established later.
Oh, okay.
It's about the stage at which you get the information.
No, there was nothing on top of that. Thank you. I understand.
I think maybe then go to paragraph 22, where I think you were heading anyway.
Yeah. Oh, this is where the source further indicated that in execution of his mandate from CIA, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on numerous occasions sent members of the political killing task team to intimidate, harass, attempt to murder members of the royal house associated to Prince Makati. Now, then a number of cases were opened with SAPS in KwaZulu-Natal related to this conduct. And these cases were, however, not investigated or acted upon by SAPS due to intervention of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, being the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal.
So, can you explain what evidence, if any, you received to substantiate the statement that this was in execution of a mandate from the CIA?
It is because we ended up, like I'm mentioning, Prince Makade commissioners. Part of my network, we ended up having to meet with them. Actually, they even came to Gauteng. We hosted them in Midrand, helped them to open a case as they were alluding. But that time, Prince Makade sent the aide and Prince Zulu, who came to Midrand. And after opening the case, due to jurisdictional purpose, the matter was then transferred back to Nangoma police station. We also have the case number mentioned here, commissioners.
You mention in paragraph 22 that cases relating to alleged intimidation, harassment, and attempted murder of members of the royal household associated with Prince Makadi were never investigated or acted upon by the SAPS. Do you have any details of these cases that we could investigate further? Are they?
That was said during when we opened the case. When we said, okay, come, let's open it and let's see what will happen. This is what came from the investigation, commissioners.
But do you have any?
No, except for the case that we opened.
Cases?
Except for the case we opened, this is the only case that we have.
And this case that was opened first in Midrand and then transferred to Nongoma, do you have any details of what has happened in that case?
The case could not be furthered, could not even be investigated further.
You say it could not be investigated, or
when you ask the complainant, they'll say there's nothing happening on the matter.
Then in paragraph 25, you... Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, maybe let me just clarify something still in paragraph 22. Mr. Mogotsi, Maybe before I ask my question, let me go back to 21, just to complete so that 22 makes sense. In 21, right at the end, after you say that General Mkhwanazi was trained in the United States, you say, and I read, they being King Misizulu and General Mkhwanazi, you say they were activated in that capacity to protect Western interests. I further obtained information from the source that Lieutenant Mkhwanazi was tasked to neutralize any opposition to King Misizulu. Prince Simakare is currently involved in litigation. And then in paragraph 22, and my question is, you say a number of criminal cases were opened with the SAPS in KwaZulu-Natal related to this conduct. And this is after the sentence where you say members of the political killings task team were sent to intimidate. These cases that you refer to, were they cases against members of the PKTT?
That's correct. And thank you, Commissioner. In fact, when SC was crossing to paragraph 25, I was going to ask Commission that I should emphasize that the reason the case was opened in Gauteng was simply because it's not written elsewhere, but it's a practice that has been developed, that if cases were opened against political killing task team members, not only in KZN, all over, and they would not be investigated. That's the thing I wanted to say.
Yes, my question is more specific. It is, you say there were a number of cases opened, and my question is, are those number of cases against members of the PKTT, accusing them of intimidation, harassment, and attempted murder? You're saying there are such cases that were opened?
Yes, that's what I said. There were such cases according to the investigation, but the one that we opened in Midrand, it was against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the case that was opened by Prince Simakati.
And the ones opened against PKTT members, there are names to them. There are individuals, members who are named in those cases.
That perhaps the Commission, one will have to find out and try to get more information. But as I'm saying, on the arrival, as we spoke, they did say, you know, we tried to open these cases so many times against PKTT, against General Mkhwanazi. Nothing has ever happened. Yes.
So that's what you were told?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I see.
The one that was registered, it was against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shaspa.
Thank you, Commissioner. And this case was it was registered at a regular SAPS station, not with an iPad?
A police station.
Can you then proceed to paragraph 25, where you talk about the Western interests that were allegedly being protected here?
Yes, that's the part I say there is a coal mine sources and the export route thereof in South Africa. So it further says there was an apprehension that South African government may hold the output of coal via the Richards Bay port terminal. And the off-take portion of this coal route was owned by Israeli interest. It is for this reason that Richards Bay area became priority region and focus point for Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Can I ask you just to expand on this, because there are a couple of issues I need clarity on. The first is where the concern arose about the halting of output of coal from Richards Bay.
You see, like I said, when the information came, commissioners, there was a feeling of the Israelis that because South Africa took Israel to International Criminal Court, that feeling amongst them was that even that trade route could be halted. And that's why they had now to activate their sources, being the King and Lieutenant General Mkonas. And I can also confirm that during that time, Prince Smakate was in a business engagement, with the Chinese, because I believe there was kind of agreement which was planned to be entered into, but it was opposed and it never materialized.
And you speak about the offtake portion of the coal route being owned by Israeli interests. So are you talking about, well, what share of the output that goes through Richards Bay are you talking about?
Yeah, well, the information one could not verify. Remember, the business interest was something which we never dwelt much into. The issue here was that the prince had a problem, and he knew that there is a coal going out from there, and it falls under his jurisdiction. They were part of it. I never got much information related to the shareholdings and so forth.
And did you investigate whether coal output from Richards Bay was increasing or decreasing over the period 2023 through 2024 and on to 2025?
We never got to that part.
Of what relevance, if any, is your evidence about the intended transaction between Prince Magade and China? Is that of any relevance to your testimony today?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
You mentioned in the context of the Richards Bay Port Terminal, you mentioned Prince Simagade and China, and you said something like there was an intended transaction which, as I understood you, fell through. So my question is that testimony of any relevance? I'm not suggesting that it is not, but is it of any relevance to...
Yes, I would say, Commissioner, if the Chinese were brought into the picture, it directly impacted on the interest of the Israelis. I think that's the relevance.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mogotsi, do you know who owns the Richards Bay coal terminal?
No, I'm not aware. I don't know. No, Commissioner.
Can I then, moving away from Richards Bay, ask you to turn to paragraph 26?
Commissioner, I would like to be advised here. When SC is mentioning a paragraph, do I have to read it, or should I am not actually conversant with these processes now. I end up repeating what is written, or one is expected to expound what is contained in here.
If I can say, if you want to amplify anything there, please do. But when I ask you to go to paragraph 26, bear in mind we can see the statement, but the people watching and listening can't. So it's to read it, and if you want to amplify, to amplify.
Thank you. Okay, during the period March-April 2024, one of my sources in South African Police Service informed me about the health tender that was awarded to Vusmo Siket Matlala through a company owned by Matlala, namely Medicare 24. This company also had links to the then Minister Bheki Cele. The information discussed with my handler, Marizela, who indicated that I should wait to action this until the elections. He had a view that changes will be made in this regard on a political level.
What links did this company have with Minister Cele?
Commissioner?
What links did,
Oh,
did Medicare 24 have with Minister Cele?
Yeah.
And what do you base that statement on?
When the information comes, says this company is being awarded a 360 million tender. And the source says, I can tell you, Minister Begicele is having interest in this particular tender. Now, the question is, what interest? Now, earlier, Commissioner was saying, my question is based on, at the moment when you receive information, now I do not know if I should continue to explain what then happened, or I should stick to when I receive the information, Commissioner.
All I want is, do you have a basis for saying that there was this link? That's all.
Yes, there are bases. There are bases, Commissioner.
Do you care sharing those bases with us?
Correctly so, Commissioner. The tender was awarded during the tenure of Minister Begicele. And I'm going to take this opportunity, Commissioner, to just to reference what former Minister Begicele said in Parliament about this Vusi Musiket Madlanga. Apart from in the statement, I did mention how much Vusi Musiket Madlanga told me about his financial transactions with Minister Begicele. Now, there is something, I believe the Commission will have access to that. The Commission should perhaps direct attention to the crime intelligence in their archives. There is something called Boko Haram. It was a presentation, intelligence presentation, which was presented to the former Minister Begicele. I'm going to give a bit description about that presentation. Commissioners, it was 6 pages. The Boko Haram, it talks to a man who was known as John Wick. This John Wick appears on the presentation of the intelligence presentation which was presented to Minister Begicele. It has a picture of John Wick, his ID number, it has his previous convictions, pending cases, and everything, all the matters that were withdrawn against him. It was in 2018 October, Commissioner. Commissioner, John Wick is Vusi Musiket Madlanga. Even the picture is showing that. Now, former Minister Begicele says now, he only met him in December 2024. Now, one will ask again, he even said he didn't know him, he invited him to his house, and it was a freebie, he had to take it. And I should also share, it's within those messages between me and Ket Madlanga. The story that Minister Begicele was in Ket's house, it is true. We actually had to arrest Minister Cele at that time. He was affected by this POCA Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act. There was an arrangement. I believe when you get to those messages, one will be able to allude to the Commission exactly what happened. It was during the ANC Lekgotla, when General Cele was in that house. And the basis which I also refer to, I'm saying when we reach there, it's written in my statement, the monies which Ket Madlanga alleges to have given to Begicele, they are there.
On the timing, when was Minister Cele in Mr. Madlanga's house in relation to the award of the contract?
It was after the contract was awarded, Commissioner. The contract was awarded last year, and the information said, and it's not only former minister, it goes to General Masemola also. Not only General Cele. When the information came, they referred, of course, to General Begitele, that he has interest in that. And it is true that he would from time to time talk to Ket Madlanga. But that time, because he was the minister, we could not do anything. Hence the instruction was that let's wait for the elections. And indeed, the ANC parliamentary list, when it was published, Begitele was on the list around 200 and something to 300. We already knew he was not coming back to parliament. And we waited for the new dispensation. And as a result, Minister Senzo Mchunu was appointed the Minister of Police.
I just want to understand, and this is my last question on this. I want to understand your point around Mr. John Wicks in relation to the award of the contract. If you are making any connection at all in that regard, what's your point exactly?
The point is that it is clear that General Begitele, he knew Vusimusi Ket Madlanga beforehand, because this presentation was done in 2018. And when the source says General Begitele is having an interest in this tender, you'll ask him, but why are you saying that? What do you have? He'll say, no, with the information that is coming, go and check, but I know they are talking or they are meeting. He'll just give you a draft information as to this is what is happening.
If I understand you correctly, so you are basically saying at the stage of what you refer to as the Boko Haram presentation, Minister knew of or about Mr. Madlanga.
Definitely.
But at that stage, you are not suggesting that they had met.
Yes, they had not met. Let me say, because he was presented, and the picture of the presentation shows Vusi Madlanga's picture. Doesn't show, there's no other John Wick. John Wick is Vusimus Ket Madlanga.
So he knew of or
he
about
knew
him.
of the man, yes.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Shaskasi.
You speak with some detail about this presentation. You say it's 6 pages, October 2018. Have you seen it yourself?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners. There is what you call compartmentation, what you call is a sensitive compartmentation information, intelligence information, sensitive compartmented intelligence information. Now, you as an agent, you can just see that. I saw it. And that's why I'm requesting the Commission to engage with the crime intelligence. I believe they will get the copy of that.
Do you know who in crime intelligence presented it to the minister at the time?
No, I do not know.
And do you know who we should ask in crime intelligence to receive this document?
I believe the Commission will, just like it has been doing with other institutions, will pursue that route to find a particular person who's relevant.
And beyond the description Boko Haram presentation, is there any detail you can give us that would enable us to track down this document?
To get the Boko Haram? Can you question, Commissioner?
I mean, I need to know what we should be looking for. So I need to describe.
Oh, you say we're looking for Boko Haram presentation. Crime intelligence Boko Haram presentation. It's blue in color.
And October 2018.
That's correct.
Mr. Mogotsi, you, in that paragraph 26, right at the end, in page 7, you say the information was discussed. This is the information about Mr. Minister Begicele's interest in the company. You say this information was discussed with my handler, who indicated that I should wait to action this until after the election. What action were you supposed to take?
No, he indicated that I should wait to action.
Yes, what is to action here? What were you supposed to do?
Yeah, meaning to inquire or to speak to anyone within or outside, because that's correct.
Okay, so it wasn't, I thought earlier you said something about arresting Minister Kweli.
No, I was
That's
referring
not
to
what you're
the...
talking about.
Okay, Commissioner, I was referring to the messages which I speak to Kat about certain things that will show that I knew the time when Minister Begicele was in Kat's house.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the second part, which is the last sentence in that paragraph 26, you say your handler held the view that changes would be made in this regard on a political level. What is this? What was the what did your handler say is the significance of political changes?
Yeah, meaning that there may be a new minister except Begicele.
What did it matter? Did he explain why it would matter that there would be a new minister to your work, because you were going to action something?
Yeah, obviously, commissioners, if you are to investigate anything against the person on the seat who's sitting there at that moment, it's very, very difficult. So we had to perhaps wait for the new administration that would perhaps give us a breakthrough to find a way to talk to other people.
So what the handler was saying, that a new minister would allow you, or hoping that the new minister would enable you to conduct the investigation, to action which you were holding in abeyance? Not
that way, Commissioner. Obviously, when the new minister comes, will always come with new changes, will make changes to some important positions, which allows one to have access or talk to certain people. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Matlala, you then in paragraph 28...
Mr. Mogotsi.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mogotsi. In paragraph 28, you then mention that after the elections took place, in September 24, your handler and I discussed the possibility of arranging a meeting with General Sabia. Can I first ask which handler you're talking about? And we won't mention your co-handler by name, so just refer to him as your co-handler.
Yeah, it was my handler, Mabizela, but in this situation, I remember very well that he did tell me that he spoke to my co-handler and that we should find a way to meet with General Sabia.
And why General Sabia?
One of the reasons from the source was that General Sabia was totally not involved in the awarding of this tender, and more relevantly, General Sabia was appointed exactly in the space of the late General Mfasi. So we thought we could find a way to create a relationship, probably.
And you say you called General Sabia. Why would you call him, not your handler?
It is in the nature of this work. You get that a handler will not call a senior police officer and say, we have this particular thinking or whatever. If he gives me the number, he gave me the number, and then it is me who had to approach Lieutenant General Sabia. In case he does not agree or does not, like what we would perhaps be proposing, the handler should not be having a problem at work now that he spoke to the Deputy National Commission.
So when you spoke to General Sabia, you did so telling him that not telling him that your handler had suggested this, not telling him that you were an agent? How did it work?
Obviously, you send a message to say, good day, General, my name is Brown Mogotsi, and you'll ask you a question, how do I help you, who are you? And you'll send a next message saying, I think it's important that I meet you face to face. There's something that may be affecting you directly or indirect. May we have a meeting, please?
And do you introduce yourself to him as an agent or just as someone coming off the street, as it were?
No, you do say I have information that can be of useful and it may need your intervention. It's about this the tender, and also in the department, a tender in South African Police Service. And then where you start talking about the corruption of crime intelligence, you will say, and in SAPS there are this and that, those challenges. I know I have information of things that are happening inside.
And how did your interaction with General Sabia then proceed? Did you meet him face to face? Did you speak to him on the phone?
Yeah, we spoke 2 or 3 times over the phone. Then I requested to meet him and we met here in Gauteng. And that's when I told him that I am a contact agent and this is what I'm looking for. And there is a project, an award of a tender in South African Police Service. And I used to work with Lieutenant General Mfazi and so forth. That's when I introduced myself formally.
And when approximately was this?
It was around August last year, or September, August.
And do you remember where you met?
Yes, we met. At first, I came to his office, and there is something very important that I should also mention, commissioners. The moment you inform a person that you are this particular agent, I believe you can hear, as it is spoken by me, myself, that everyone heard Lieutenant Sabia, General Sabia speak in Parliament that we met in December and what. At first, the intention was to bring this application in camera. And I know he had a view that he had to protect me. He couldn't speak what I'm saying here to the public. That perhaps a question will be posed, but we had General Sabia. Okay, he even said, I didn't pay my breakfast in Cape Town. But I'm trying to say, it should not be misconceived that I'm saying something he did not say. He had a duty to protect me. That's why he could not allude openly that this is Brown Mogotsi, we met. He just said, I came to him with information that someone is after you in crime intelligence. He did not speak to this that I'm saying, and this is what happened.
But your evidence is that you met for the first time in August, September last year.
Yes, in his office.
In his office.
That's correct.
And you say you briefed him on the 2 matters, the one of which was the tender of Mr. Matlala, which you've discussed. The other was crime intelligence corruption. What did you brief him on in relation to crime intelligence corruption?
At that time, there were so many things happening in crime intelligence. I'm going to be specific in relation to crime intelligence commissioners. There is one Major General Lushaba. He is the Chief Financial Officer of the Crime Intelligence. It's one of those incidents. He happened to, at his own time in Pretoria, met one, I don't know whether the girl was beautiful, but he met the girl. He took the girl to his house, and in the morning, the state laptop and the cell phones were gone. Major General Lushaba, instead of reporting that I had a visitor in my house, this and this happened, he opened a case of housebreaking against this girl. Now, as investigation was continuing, one of the crime intelligence officers, he was a sergeant, who was gathering information for this housebreaking case, he realized that this is not the housebreaking. Something different has happened. They started by cutting him off these WhatsApp groups and so forth. As I speak, the man has been fired for that, just to participate in that. Or let me say, part of the reason this was used, they may have something that they may have added during his disciplinary hearing, but this was the main reason he was kicked out of his work.
And when did that happen?
It happened, it was last year, but as I'm saying, I was talking to General Sibia. One will mention certain things in the crime intelligence. That's one of the examples that I have given.
You started using pronouns. I got a little bit confused. Is it Major General Lushaba who was fired?
No, the sergeant who was helping with the gathering of information on the docket.
Thank you, thank you. The he, got a little bit confusing. Thank you.
And this is part of what you reported to General Sibia at your meeting.
Yeah, if you talk of crime intelligence, I was also showing the commission, particularly what is transpiring in the crime intelligence, and of course, we also spoke about that a bit.
Can I, sorry, just on that. The question from Mr. Chaskelson is, in this meeting in August of 24, when you meet with General Sibia, what did you brief him about crime intelligence corruption? Now, you've explained about the loss of the crime intelligence corruption. You've explained about the laptop being lost, somebody having lost their employment because they were looking at this. Is all of that what you briefed General Sibia about in August 24?
That's correct.
Okay.
What about the fraudulent claims? Or what about the claims you referred to earlier? Was that part of the briefing or not?
Yeah, no, we did.
No,
we did not get much into it. And
all right,
actually, when we spoke, General Sibia was he did not trust me. He was not comfortable. We did not speak comfortably for a long time, but we did touch some of these things. But
so is all that you spoke to him about in relation to the corruption, the issue involving Major General Lushaba, is that all you spoke?
I did mention that, yes, I did mention
Is it the only thing you mentioned?
No. Or to General Sibia, yes, we spoke about corruption, and I did mention this thing about General Lushaba, but particularly I was too much into this one of the health tender for Siket Madlanga.
You say crime intelligence corruption.
That's correct.
And how do you relate the tender to crime intelligence corruption?
That's why I'm saying on this part, commissioners, if a person is not that comfortable to talk to you, you'll just say, there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of corruption in crime intelligence, and there is this. Then it doesn't give you much time to explain what we are referring to. But he did know that I told him I'm a contact agent and I'm having to deal with this corruption and so forth. And we spoke only particularly about the issue of General Lushaba.
You also say there, though, in that same sentence, that you also briefed him about the Matlala SAPS tender award. What about it did you say to him? Did you
Telling
tell
him that my sources say it was not awarded in terms of the law. Probably let me use irregularly. It was not. It was irregularly awarded. There are certain things which were not done properly out of that tender till its finalization and appointment.
So as at August 2024, General Sibia knew that there were irregularities to do with the award of this tender?
He didn't know. I was telling him.
No, I'm saying you told him in August.
Yes.
So
yes.
as at August, he had that
Yes.
from you, that there were irregularities.
Yeah, towards the end of August, I believe, yeah.
Thank you. And then maybe lastly from me, Mr. Chaskasin, if I may just finish off, sorry that I'm interrupting you. You introduced yourself to General Sibia, you say, and told him that you're a contact agent. Now, I would assume that he would have wanted to check for himself, to verify you. You say he didn't quite know to trust you at the time.
Yes.
Did you have to tell him who your handler is? Because I would imagine that's relevant information.
Yes.
For him.
And unfortunately, he knew my co-handler.
Oh, he did?
Yes, co-handler.
Okay. He knew that it is your co-handler.
Yes, yes, I did mention a bit that I'm working with this man so and so.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasin.
And you then in paragraph 29 and 30 talk about how you gained the trust of General Sibia by letting him know your role in an arrest in the Northwest Province in an operation. Can you just tell us a little about that operation and what your role was?
Yes, at first we got information about they referred to them as Nkabis, who were, in fact, a week before there was some shooting taking place in the area. And through the information, they had to come in 3 or 4 days from that previous shooting. And there were TOMS, this Tactical Operation Management System of the Hawks, who also came to Rustenburg. And then on the arrival, commissioners, they found security officers wearing black uniform, and they inquired about the permits and licenses for the firearms and rifles they were holding. And indeed, they were presented with such, and an hour later, they left and took a cover. Now, immediately within an hour, the anticipated gang of Nkabis arrived at that place. And the police came. It is on exhibit. The pictures and the rifles will be seen there. They are attached. There were 32 firearms, pistols and rifles from 17 suspects. Now, what happened on that day? It was this man who was heading the operation that I was working with, the Lieutenant Colonel, his statement is here and everything. He received a call from that time Major General Mboto. He was a Major General. They called him and said, "Why are you arresting police officers? Security officers?" Because that time those people were already detained. All the firearms were put into the SAP 13 and so forth. Then he asked him, "Why are you arresting security officers?" Now the officer alluded to him, "No, we came at first, as I tell the commission, we checked the security. These people are not security officers." And Major General Mboto, he was a Major General at the time, he insisted these people are security officers. But then the man who was the duty officer at the police station, because in Sun City there are no holding cells, the suspect were already taken to Rustenburg for detention. That's when General Lebeya also spoke to one of the members of SAPS at the police station, at the CSC, who brought the phone to the man who was on duty at the time, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka. Now, General Lebeya also said, you have detained security officers, but to their engagement, they finally agreed that no, these people are not officers, and he narrated the whole story as to what happened and so forth, and it was agreed that they should be detained. Now, Sunday, Monday, when we were hoping that those people will appear in court, or Tuesday, they never came. And then this man inquired at the police station. It was confirmed that Major General Mboto gave a directive that those people should be released. On the question of firearms and rifles, which were also recovered from the suspect, irrespective of whether they are security officers or not, because of the incident that happened 4 or 5 days before that day, they wanted to subject these firearms for ballistic testing. They were all given back to the suspect and they were all released.
I just want to get an idea of who this Major General Mboto is. Do you know the unit, division?
Yes, he was the head of the Hawks that time. Right now he's Lieutenant General in Divisional Commission.
Thank you.
But they were released as per his directive without subjecting those firearms and rifles to ballistic.
Can I just clarify, you mentioned a lieutenant colonel who essentially you worked with on this operation, yes, and who effected the arrest. I didn't get, yes, the name.
It's Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka. His statement is contained in this annexures.
And the annexure you're referring to is BM6?
It's BM6 to BM6E, 6A to BM6A.
Thank you. Chair, I wonder if this is a convenient time to take the tea break.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:20.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, sorry, can I just address the media quickly? Colleagues, there are rules for those of you who don't regularly attend the commission. We have circulated the guidelines for photographers, and I do understand. Sorry, I should have said my name is Jeremy Michaels. I'm head of comms and spokesperson. So I should have said, for those of you who are not regulars here, I understand that you are not accustomed to the setup here and so on. So the benches are marked you'll see the benches that you are sitting in. The first 2 rows are reserved for the Secretariat and the legal teams. So we're going to ask you to please respect that. We didn't want to interrupt your picks, but from after tea time, please respect that. And then on the WhatsApp group, the Commission's WhatsApp group, if you don't have access to it, you must please ask us. But I've circulated as a reminder the guidelines. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to read it very quickly for everyone here because it's important, okay? All right, so it was issued on the 24th of October, and it says directions regarding the use of cameras at hearings of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, etc., etc. Following the directions issued by Justice Madlanga on the 23rd of October, all members of the media covering the Commission's hearings should note the following. 1, cameras must not capture or transmit any images of the screens of electronic devices belonging to or being operated by Commission staff. That's very important. This includes the laptops, tablets, and cell phones of commissioners, evidence leaders, members of the Secretariat, or any other staff. Only the content which is projected by the Commission on the large, there are 4 of them, TV screens inside the auditorium may be captured for broadcast or publication. And 3, all media are requested to take particular care in ensuring that they do not publicize information which is not for public consumption. So please, ladies and gentlemen of the media, and particularly photographers, videographers, make sure that you familiarize yourself with these guidelines, the directions issued by Justice Madlanga. We should be resuming, what did we say, at 20 past, no? All right, and yeah, please, again, don't disrupt the witness. You are doing your jobs, but also the proceedings, it's important that the witness is not interrupted. No? Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, just the chief evidence leaders brought something else to my attention, which is kind of covered by what I've said, but firstly, the piece of paper that was handed is obviously, it wasn't shared with you publicly because it is not meant to be shared publicly. It's covered by these regulations, right? And secondly, please, again, do not try to take pictures of the witnesses' legal team's laptops. The guidelines also cover that. So, yeah, let's please be cognizant of the sensitivity of the Commission's content. Ne? But whatever is up on the screens, you are welcome to record and broadcast. Okay, colleagues, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to resume. Please, as a reminder, please switch off your cell phones and let's respect the rules in terms of location. Thank you.
We have received information that a picture of the name that Mr. Mogotsi wrote down may well have been photographed. Please don't put me in the position of having to state my basis like I put Mr. Mogotsi to task with regard to the basis of his information. But seriously, or on a serious note, if that has indeed been done, I direct that that name should not be published. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, if I can take you then to paragraph 31 of your statement. And you say in paragraph 31 that after you had won, well, you talk about winning General Sibiya's trust in paragraph 30, and in paragraph 31 you say General Sibiya agreed that I could continue with my 2 infiltration operations. Can I confirm that you're talking about the Matlala tender as one and the crime intelligence corruption issue as the second?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And can you then take the Commission through the rest of your paragraph 31?
General Sibiya agreed that I could continue with my 2 infiltration operations. We referred to the matter involving Matlala.
Mr. Mogotsi, can you please have the mics in front of you? Please, please. Thank you.
Referred to the matter involving Matlala, and General Sibiya gave me Matlala's contact numbers. My task was simple. I had to get close to Matlala and identify the syndicate involved in the tender, including if any SAPS members. For this purpose, I had to convince Matlala that I'm close to Mchunu and that my concern and any concerns that Matlala had regarding South African Police Service tender could be addressed with the Minister. These investigations are still going.
So your job was to investigate and identify the syndicate involved in the tender. Have you been able to identify members of that syndicate?
Yes, the investigation is ongoing. I cannot confirm that indeed I have a solid members that I have identified.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I say the investigation is ongoing and therefore cannot confirm solid names that I have identified.
You do later in your statement refer to Mr. Karim as an investor in the tender. Was that something that you established in the course of your investigations?
That's correct, Commissioners. Mr. Karim is Karim Suleiman Karim. He did, of course, showed me some documents that he has invested money in this tender with Vosimo Siket Matlala.
Can you then take the Commission through your meeting with Mr. Matlala on 7 December 2024, and what came out of that meeting?
I did, of course, call Madlanga, engage with Madlanga. A meeting was arranged on 7 December 2024, during which Madlanga vented his frustrations regarding the SAPS tender. He intimated interior that SAPS had not made payments to him with reference to the tender. But after the meeting, and in December, I received a call from Madlanga saying, because I think I must emphasize on 32 that this was a telephonic call, and then after I received the second call, that's when we met with Madlanga, saying that I should speak to Mkunu, as he and his wife have been assaulted by members of the PKTT. He indicated that he was intent on and was indeed attempting to open a criminal case regarding the incident at SAPS Brooklyn. He was, however, unsuccessful due to the fact that the SAPS refused to open a docket and receive the complaint.
So, just to clarify, did you physically meet with Madlanga at all on 7 December?
Yes, Madlanga, we spoke over the phone, and I received a call from him, and he told me that he has a problem, he couldn't open a case. And in my response to that, I did call my handler to arrange for Madlanga to open a criminal case at Soweto. And then it was my handler, Mabisela, who then spoke to my co-handler, who then facilitated the opening of a docket. Now, after Madlanga thereafter was able to open the case through my intervention. So the case was opened at SAPS in Soweto on 7 December 2024. And on that day, me and Madlanga met in Johannesburg.
And we're talking about a physical meeting?
Physical meeting.
I'm sorry, I should have just raised this with you earlier. You say in paragraph 31 that General Sabia gave you Madlanga's contact numbers.
That's correct.
Did you not have those numbers yourself?
In my phone, I had different numbers, but I never spoke to him before. But the numbers that he gave me were those that on an official arrangement with SAPS through his tender.
So you had certain numbers for Mr. Madlanga in your phone already?
Yes, but they never worked because I had the numbers in my phone.
So we've clarified then there was a physical meeting on 7 December. Can you go to paragraph 34 and indicate to the Commission what Mr. Madlanga shared with you at that meeting?
Yeah, the meeting was very, very important because, Commissioners, it is Madlanga who told me that these people are very ungrateful. He further spoke about General Begitele and General Masemola, saying that, these people expect me, like Masemola, he expects 25 million rand from me, and I have already given him 5 million rand. He also spoke about Begitele, that he has given him 2 million rand, and he wanted 10 million, which means the 8 million rand was outstanding. One of the important things he said was that Gen Masemola and Kele, they are having a plan, a comeback strategy for General Begitele to come back, and they really, really want to get rid of General Sabia.
And so this is information that Mr. Madlanga is giving you about, as it were, factions within the SAPS.
Okay, may you rephrase the question?
Am I understanding your evidence correctly that this information about General Pele, General Masemola, General Sabia, it's coming from Mr. Madlanga himself? And he's speaking to you about divisions within the SAPS?
Yes, he's telling me he was telling me physically. We were together when he told me.
Can you please read what he said they expected from him? Please read it as is in paragraph 34.1.
They expected him as a service provider to make payment to General Masemola in the amount of 25 million and Jen Kelly in the amount of 10 million. Of the 25 million expected to be paid to Masemola, 5 million rent had already been paid, and there was a balance of 20 million rent outstanding. With regard to the Kele payment, 2 million rent had already been paid, and a balance of 8 million rent was outstanding.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And did he give you any indication of how he'd paid them, when he'd paid them, whether he was going to pay the balance?
No, we never spoke about how he paid. Usually, when you are investigating something, talking to someone, the moment, as soon as you get deeper to know how, he'll immediately doubt you. You will take it as information and keep it.
Did Mr. Matlala explain to you how he knows that General Masemola and General Kele wanted to oust Minister Mkunu and General Sibia? I'm assuming you would have asked the question.
Yeah, he did not tell the how of doing it. He just said they want to get rid of Senzo Mkunu and Sibia.
Sir, maybe you misunderstood my question. My question is how he knows that's what they want to do.
No, he never told me. Yes.
Thank you.
Can we then go to paragraph 35, and can you take the Commission through paragraph 35?
Yes, paragraph 35, I'll read it first. It is in December 2024, the same Matlala, he referred me to a high-ranking police officer, and I subsequently met with him. I knew him, this police officer, I also knew him, as we have conducted one operation with him in the past. He shared information with me of the intention to craft a negative finding in a disciplinary hearing against Major General Khan, which was underway. He confirmed that he was in KZN for a briefing on how to address the Major General Khan situation. I am not in the position to identify him herein, as there are real concerns relating to his personal safety.
So if I can clarify, this man was brought to you by Matlala?
Yes, he told me there is one hiking rate, he used the word, there's another bra that I want you to meet. He has something for you, and I believe the minister may want to hear, and the minister can do something. And I met this man who I have, in fact, I briefed my handler first to say there is this man who wants to meet with me, and then he's saying he has this kind of information. But when I met this man, I did a recording on our conversation. And immediately as an agent, after informing my handler, we had to process that because with the DPCI for a section 252A. And I did meet with Lieutenant Colonel Schnell to register and apply for and conduct the operation in terms of that section of the law. The intention, my intention there, Commissioners, was to employ the information that I obtained from the senior officer in the section 204 that he can, against General Mkonazi and Lieutenant General Kumal, because that's what he told me, that in Durban, they plotted on how to expel General Khan.
So if I can just clarify, this officer who was referred to you by Mr. Matlala,
yes,
told you that he was aware of a plot by Generals Kumalo and Mkonazi to get rid of General Khan.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And that, as I understand it, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but the plot involves getting this officer to give false evidence against General.
That's correct. He was one of the witnesses of an incident that occurred some years back, and he was called to KZN as part of preparations for the hearing. They did give him how the whole plot is to unfold and how he should implicate General Khan.
Do you still have that recording?
Yes, the recording and the statement is with Lieutenant Colonel Snell.
If I might just mention in that regard, one of the documents that we have actually approached Lieutenant Colonel Schneller, and one of the documents that was given to you late yesterday is the transcription that the DPCI made of that recording. So it's in that exhibits bundle. Okay. Can I ask that overnight, I won't ask you to anything about it now, but overnight, can you look at that transcription and just check that it accurately reflects the recording according to your memory? And if there are any problems with it, can we address those tomorrow? Or can you be in a position to address those tomorrow? So I want to just take a step back. This is Mr. Matlala again telling you about, for want of a better word, factional fights within the SAPS. You have, according to Mr. Matlala and the officer he refers you to, you have two generals plotting to get rid of another general through false evidence of this officer.
That's correct.
Did you understand this division within the SAPS to be in any way related to the other division that Mr. Matlala had told you about, that you have General Masemola and Minister Cele on the one hand and General Sibia on the other? Or was this just a completely different split within the SAPS?
Yes. Honestly speaking, commissioners, I believe at the right time also I will talk to the relationship between General Bekicele, Masemola, General Kumalo, and I've even given them a particular term, which as we proceed, I'll be able to. Yes, the moment he mentioned that Lieutenant General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Mkonazi, there is a Major General Kumalo also in the KZN. It is him, who addressed the senior police to say, we expect you, this is how we expect you to perform during the hearing. Because now, according to the lieutenant is telling me, the instruction from General Kumalo and General Mkonazi is that they must find this Major General Khan guilty, and he must be dismissed.
I'm not sure that you understood my question. What I was asking is that you're now flagging a division within SAPS of two generals, Generals Kumalo and Mkonazi on one hand, and General Khan on the other hand. Is that division in any way related to the division that you spoke about earlier, with General Sibia on one hand, General Masemola on the other hand with ex-Minister Cele?
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarity. Yeah, it is true. That is the crime intelligence, the division of the South African Police Service. The same division which, when I spoke initially with General Mfazi and General Sibia, I was referring to. That was one of the cracks that I identified within the crime intelligence. The moment he says, and I did ask him, who's Major General Khan? And he said, is this other, but he knew him, didn't explain to me, I did not know him that time. And furthermore said, yeah, it seems like Kumalo and Mkonazi, they want to get rid of him. That's when immediately, because the recording is there, and then we were able to perform this whole thing. Then I realized that there are factions, and this is the unit which was referred to.
So just to clarify again, you were involved in a 252A operation.
That's correct.
Which involves essentially setting a trap.
That's correct.
And the target of the trap, or the targets, were Generals Mkonazi and Kumalo.
No. Remember, the senior officer, as he was talking to me, he did mention that they have promised him a colonel position. Not a colonel, no, they promised him a position. And with me, as we were talking, he was mentioning of a similar offer that I should perhaps be able, because I'm close to the minister with my legend building. He thinks I can also give him something better. Then the recording talks to that he was expecting something from me, which may be in the form of a promotion or something of that sort.
Sorry, but I just need to take you back to paragraph 36. You say, the intention, second sentence, the intention was to employ this person, that's the officer, as a Section 204 witness against both Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Yes, it's true. The first question you mentioned, 252A, it was a trap. But because we have trapped him already, now is my time to tell him that I expect you to be a 204 to help me against Lieutenant General Mkonazi and General Kumalo. Because he was recorded already, telling me the instruction they have given him on the plot against General Khan.
So the 252A didn't relate to his future testimony in the disciplinary hearing. It related to what? To your meeting with him when you recorded him?
Both two sections becomes instrumental to remember the 252A was to trap on what he wanted, what he expected that I could be able to give him, as he has given me the information. And now I immediately use that information against him to say, now I need your testimony. We are going to testify against General Mkonazi and General Kumalo about their plot against General Khan, which was the plan.
So the trap that you say you had already entrapped him, I think that's the language you use. You had trapped him already. What was it that he's supposed to have done wrong that gives you that bargaining position to say he must now testify against the two generals?
The expectation of a rank. Remember, he said, if I give you, say something, at least you must talk to the minister to give me a rank or something.
So it is that he said you must give him a rank that constituted what you've trapped him on.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And when was the meeting with him at which you trapped him?
It was during December 2024.
I don't want to. I just want to mention now that I think when we go to the chats with Mr. Matlala, we may see that it's in January 2024. But are you? Is it? So I don't. We'll get into it in some detail when we go through those chats. But why do you say December 2024?
Because the disciplinary, I went to inquire, I spoke to the handler. He did confirm when arranging with Lieutenant Colonel Schnell, he did confirm that there is a disciplinary hearing which is underway against this particular General Khan.
Okay, well, we can look at the chronology as it plays out in the chats later. What then happened? Did the trap go ahead?
Upon him agreeing to the 204, and because it was recorded already and the information was with the DPCI, now it was incumbent upon the side of Lieutenant Schnell to proceed with the investigations and so forth. But the only thing that I did with the copy of the recording that I had, after speaking to my handler, the conversation, the information was leaked to the media, and it was leaked by me, purposely, and upon by General Kumalo and General Mkonazi. They had no choice because the information has leaked, and that's why I believe General Khan was acquitted. There was nothing he could do because there was a recording that proves that there was a plot to dismiss General Khan. And I heard him when he was here, if you remember, commissioners, he said after he has accepted to preside over General Khan's disciplinary hearing, I started talking to him. It is true. That was the period.
So let me just take a step back. You leaked the information to the media.
That's correct.
And the information that you leaked to the media was that certain witnesses had been pressurized to give false evidence.
And you will be given promotions. I think
in return for
the publication is available in one of the minutes.
But that was leaked. What you leaked to the media.
That's me.
And that had the result, in your view, of General Mkhonazi acquitting General Khan.
Yeah, that's what happened. He had no choice. He ended up acquitting General Khan.
And what then happened with the Section 204 and the trap?
That commissioner, as senior counsel has alluded, that he has managed to obtain the transcript from Lieutenant Snell. I believe he'll be in a better position also to give senior counsel the progress relating to that matter.
And can I'm still not understanding the sequence, and in particular Section 252. You would have to get authorization under Section 252A to run a trap, would you not?
That's correct.
So when did you intend, or when did you seek authorization, and when did you intend to run the trap?
Through my handler, there is also a verbal authority to obtain the particular authorization, and it was done. I believe Lieutenant Colonel Schnell will confirm the process as to how did the whole thing unfolded. But it was done in my presence by my handler because it was a verbal authority.
So did this happen before your meeting?
That's correct.
And the meeting you date in December, I suggest to you it might have been sometime in January. But it would, at any rate, it would have been before that meeting with the senior officer who had been asked to give false evidence.
Yes, but it was around December, if I recall. But as you say in one of the messages, it will reflect. I believe the correct date will be obtained, commissioners.
Okay. If we can move on to the 8 January ANC celebrations, can you take the Commission to paragraph 39?
Thank you, Commissioners. On January 8, 2025, an ANC celebration was scheduled in Cape Town. Matlala indicated to me that he wanted to meet Mqunu at the celebration. He offered in December of 2024 to contribute to the event by subsidizing ordinary ANC members from different parts of the country to be able to attend the ANC celebration. I relayed this suggestion to my handler, Mabisela, who then asked my co-handler to accompany me to Cape Town because my handler was not available. Matlala assisted with the funding of transportation, entertainment, as well as accommodation of ANC members to attend the ANC celebration in Cape Town. Matlala made payment in the amount of 149,000 towards aforesaid expenses and other payments towards the travel expense of 8 persons, which included my co-handler and his partner. The amount of 149 was paid to the company called Khotle, and payments were made to service providers by the company. The additional travel for the 8 persons mentioned was paid directly by Matlala.
Can you explain to the Commission what your link to Khotle is?
The Khotle is a company owned by my fiancé. Now, to ensure when you do this traveling arrangement, it happens all the time. You do payment to certain people, and the transactions or services end up not being rendered. But then with Khotle, I knew because we had to, other payments had to go to buses, others to flights, others they had to use to be poured petrol. Now we wanted a central way of controlling the funds. That's why I used my fiancé.
So you were able to direct what would happen to the payments that were made to Khotle?
Yeah, not only on people who were already in Cape Town, because the payment arrived when we were in Cape Town already. Yes.
And who were the service providers who were paid out of this 149,000 that was ultimately paid?
Those are different people. Like I said, you will have other people been traveling by bus. You will have people at Cape Town. They say, Tina, we want to eat this. Others will have to be given, or you have to buy from a restaurant. Others you buy in a bulk. It depends. The money had to be available that side and be controlled. But as to other service providers, it is only Khotle that is able to prepare who else did they pay the money to.
And are you able to account for that 149,000 as to where it went?
No, Khotle must do. I'm not the director of Khotle. They have to deal with that, and if the commission requests them to do so.
Okay, but your fiancé could account for that?
Yeah, those are entities. Maybe as I'm here, I may have another fiancé. It's not a thing that I can control her business.
You say you are not a director. Do you have any relationship whatsoever with this company?
Not company, the individual, the person.
So you have nothing to do with Khotle?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Do you get paid by Khotle?
No. I'm not getting paid. It's a business. She manages things. Where as a traveling agent, here and there she'll take a percentage. That's her thing. Yes.
You say it was never your intention that Matlala would meet with Mqunu in paragraph 41. Can you just elaborate there?
Yes, indeed. One of the instructions from the handler was that both the handler and the handlers, Ket Matlala must never meet with Senzo Mqunu. My responsibility would rather be to manage him or to say things that I know would never materialize. But it was a clear instruction that they should never meet. And indeed, they never met. They never met.
And did you know why there was that instruction?
Yes, remember the intention on this company was to investigate the director who comes from being John Wick, who's now Ket Matlala. There was no way you could bring that person closer to the minister.
Sorry, there's no way?
You could bring that person close to the minister, Commissioner.
You say at the last minute you informed Matlala that the minister wouldn't be attending the ANC celebration, and you suggested as an alternative that General Sabia, Matlala and yourself should meet in Camps Bay.
Yes, that was a consolation. Remember, on the last minute when I informed him that the minister is not in the celebration, is not in Cape Town, he also decided that he's no more coming. But I couldn't just say, when you operate on somebody, you can't say the minister is not coming and you just close the conversation. You have to tell him, but I think because Sabia is also in Cape Town, you can come and let's meet with him.
What would the purpose of meeting with Sabia be?
There won't be any purpose, because I knew he wanted to meet the minister, was to make him realize that I tried something because the minister is not here.
But what interest would Mr. Matlala have in meeting with General Sabia? Why would that be an offer that would be attractive to him?
No, if there was no way, I couldn't say to him, come and meet comrades. You would want him to meet someone. Remember, if he has frustrations about his business, you would want him to meet someone. Remember, General Sabia is a Deputy National Commissioner. It's not like I'm saying, come and meet Maliki. Or you give him someone who will make him realize that, oh, you mean business.
But if I understand your evidence correctly, Matlala said he'd already paid millions of rands to the National Commissioner for this contract.
That's correct.
So why did you think offering him a route to the Deputy National Commissioner would be of any value to him?
Commissioners, it's just that I don't wish that I should be operating a particular person like yourself. But what is happening is, the moment there was no way I could say, you would rather say, look, because the Deputy National Commissioner is here, I think you can come, we'll meet with him, but the minister is not here. So as to it adds value or it does not add value at the time, what was important is to pass the message for the man to make a decision whether he was coming or not. And I knew he would not come.
Why were you sure he would not come?
He wants the minister. He would have told me initially from the first place that I want Sabia, he said, I want Senzo Mtunu.
All right. You mentioned that your prediction was correct. He decided not to travel to Cape Town. Can you take the commission through paragraph 42?
That Matlala in China, after receipt of this information and the alternative suggestion, decided, however, not to travel to Cape Town. He was increasingly adamant that he wanted to meet with Mkunu, as he was not paid by the SAPS in terms of the tender contract awarded. Now, that's when I requested permission from my handler to facilitate a meeting between Matlala and the Chief of Staff, Cedric Gabinde, without the minister's blessing. And okay. Should I go to paragraph 43, Commissioner?
Please do, yeah.
My handler held the opinion that I should find a way to manage Matlala without attending to to the minister's office either to arrange an audience with Mchunu and or the chief of staff. He reiterated that I had to continue infiltrating Matlala network in order to identify all the role players within SAPS tender that was awarded to him.
So from your handler's perspective, they wanted to keep Matlala away from the minister's office entirely?
That's correct.
Can I just ask, I find that sentence very confusing. The handler wanted to keep Matlala away from the minister's office. That's the first part that you've just confirmed. And then it's the second part I don't understand. Did the handler encourage you or approve that you arrange an audience with the minister and the chief of staff, but just not attend the office of the minister? I don't understand what you're conveying in that sentence.
I requested permission from the handler.
Yes.
That I should rather, how about I arrange a meeting with Chief of Staff Cedric Ngabinde,
Yes.
but I won't let the minister knows that I arranged that meeting. Still the handler refused.
So the handler, so what you're saying in paragraph 43, I'm at 43 now. Are you there saying the handler refused you arranging a meeting with the chief of staff and Mchunu? Is that what you're conveying in that
Yes,
sentence?
both of them. Yes, I must stay away from the minister's office.
When you say minister's office, you mean the people in that office?
Yes,
or
the
physical
minister
office?
and the chief of staff. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
So you say in paragraph 44 that you still had to manage Matlala's expectations.
Yes.
How did you do that?
Remember, he had problems with the non-payments. I then proceeded to say, but why don't I arrange a meeting for you with General Sibia and Nkabinde, or possibly the minister personally and himself. I said it to him.
So, although your handlers had said you can't let him get close, you can't let him meet the minister and or the chief of staff, you essentially offered that to him.
Yes. Well, what is happening, it's like in this situation here, even if commissioners, I can tell someone now on the phone that come to the commission place and bring me food. He won't enter here. He won't get a chance to even, they'll demand identity, they'll want, so he won't enter the place. When I offer you something, it must be practically happening. There must be, for example, a message that I sent to Kate to say, come to this hotel, I'm with the minister. That's when I want the person to meet the minister, or I'm with the chief of staff. But when someone says, I need to be paid, I have a problem, man, come on, man, I need to meet the minister. You can't say no if you are an operative. You'll say, I'll find a way. I know that there is an NEC meeting or the minister is being called. Sometimes you listen to the media. Immediately when you hear, you type him a message, hey, the minister could be available. He's now going to Cape Town. There's a portfolio meeting. Even when the portfolio is visual, you will even say he went to Cape Town to that meeting. The issue is you must keep contact with your target.
But knowing all along that what you were promising him could never materialize.
It would never materialize, and it never materialized.
Can we then move to the top of page 12 and paragraph 45?
Yeah. During April 2025, the exact dates I cannot recall, I traveled to KwaZulu-Natal by car. I made a trip after Matlala indicated to me that he was going to meet with a person who would solve all his difficulties in KwaZulu-Natal, moreover in Devon. And that he said in 2 days' time. I traveled to KwaZulu-Natal, arriving the day before Matlala's intended arrival. And my source at the King Shaka International Airport, an Uber driver kept observation on my behalf and informed me when Madlanga arrived at the airport. The Uber driver relayed to me the registration number.
Just a minute. Do you not agree that this was an unwise choice of a source? An Uber driver could easily have gotten a call for a pickup and left the airport. How would the source be of use to you then?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. I did not explain to that. Uber drivers and Bolt drivers, when you have a mission with him, the first thing he gives you a price that I may not move. I'm going to sit here until your target arrives. And he'll tell you, I'll make 2.5 a day. And for you to make it easy, you will say, okay, sharp, I'll give you that money. So he observed for me that day. He even ensured that he followed him to the car, the other Bolt, the Uber he was traveling with, and sent me the particular registration because I was waiting along the N2 on the road from the airport. Yes.
So is this Uber driver your informant or
Yes,
just a random Uber driver?
No, it's an informant.
And how would you have identified Mr. Madlanga?
He knows Madlanga. He knew him. Remember, you talk to a person, you will even send him a picture, but that time he knew him already.
You didn't send him a picture?
That time, no, he knew Ket Madlanga already.
And he knew him from where?
Because we were talking about him. There was a time when I was in Durban, because as an agent, commissioners, you have a network. You see, for the nation, for the intelligence service to function, I can say you can't run intelligence service without Brown, without an agent. Now you'll have even people who are selling on small scale. Someone knowing he's selling drugs, 100 rand, 700. You know him. You won't arrest him. You won't tell. He's your informant. He'll lie to you. He'll say, no, let's bank 2 million. But because it's your source, you won't tell your handler that this man sells drugs. But he's selling on small scale, but he gives you information that can really turn out. The same applies to Uber drivers. Even in Cape Town, you go to especially Durban, Tambo, Cape Town, you must have those people.
So the payment to this informant came not from your handler, but from you directly to him.
You must. Now, those are other things. Remunerations of like your Uber and does not happen like with the informant. Remember what happens. You explain to him that how much is this, whatever, and he'll say for a day I need 2,000 rand. Now, as I've alluded in my statement that informants cannot be paid by me, it doesn't necessarily say when an informant say to me, I need 200 rand your target, I must tell the handler, hey, the man wants 200 rand. When I have means, I'm able to give him. But I must inform my handler, the man is standby, this is what we are looking for. In case we go right, you will please arrange something for him.
Okay, but the payment to the Uber handler comes from crime intelligence funds because you're doing work for crime intelligence.
Yeah, but now it is now, you see, now it was only 2 days that time. The handler must find someone in KZN who must facilitate that because the Uber driver is from KZN. But that was only 2 days time, and we have only agreed upon 1,000 rand at the time, which I spoke to my handler and was able to give him something like that.
Thank you.
So I just need clarity here. You are paying the Uber driver essentially to take the day off from Uber and to be your source?
Yes, and then something like that. But sometimes you become lucky, your target arrives 11 o'clock. Then it's sorted, you only give him, he can say, I give me 500.
But you're the one who's physically giving the money.
Yeah, you have to make arrangements. Either you give him cash or you arrange a shop ride. There must be something that you do for this person. Now remember, when it comes to other informants, when they get caught, he's able to say, look, on my phone, this man sent me mine. There must be always a way to exchange money with informants, depending on the scenario.
No, my concern is not with the method. I just want to clarify that you are the one paying in this case. It's not an ordinary case where you don't pay and the handler pays. You are the one who pays in this case.
Yeah, it's more like investment. Correctly, you are correct. It's more like you tell a handler, "I'm going to give this man 1,000 or whatever," but as soon as the transaction or the mission has been completed, when you get remunerated, including the money you lost, you will be able to recover in some instances.
And in terms of paperwork there, does the handler ask any evidence from you? Or?
Yeah, the source, informant source, who's my link, well, there may not be a transaction between him and my handler. I will just inform my handler that this is and this and this I must do for me to reach to this destination with this person.
But do you not have to give your handler some proof so that he can go back to the crime intelligence audit people and account for what he's given you to give to the source?
Yeah, explanation. Look, depending on the situation, commissioners. Let me give an example. There is an Uber driver will tell you, I'm transporting drugs from Hillbrow to Mamelodi. Now, and then he tells you that they give me these drugs on Friday 9 o'clock. But when you check the value of the drugs, about 10,000 rand. The value of the drugs is about 10,000 rand. You talk to an informer and say, look, there is this thing about the Uber. You see now that one, because we'll even ask him who's delivering those drugs. Probably the one who's delivering the drugs has 50,000 rand worth of drugs, or 100,000 worth of drugs. Now, this person will definitely be reimbursed by your handler. Now, it must be handled by him when it comes to that. But when you speak to an Uber person in Cape Town and say, there is this guy, you remember we were talking about his coming, are you able to sit for me there to check when the person is coming and so forth? Obviously, we'll go to the screen at the airport and say Johannesburg to Cape Town, or Johannesburg to Durban. Okay, there are 5 flights. If it's 9 o'clock and there is a flight, the next flight comes only at 2, he may leave the airport and come at 1:30. But it doesn't necessarily mean you will at all times say sit there, even if there are only 2 flights during the day.
Yeah, I'm just interested in paperwork.
Yes.
How does crime intelligence account for this money that will ultimately end up in the hands of the Uber driver, but on what you're saying has gone through your hands?
Yes, it's when I have arranged with him and I've given him this guy and I paid him out. And in my interaction with my handler, that's when we'll cover all these other things.
But what does the paperwork say?
Oh, he comes with the paper I sign. There's nothing that I keep. It will be in a duplicate form.
So you will sign something with your handler to be reimbursed for money that you've given the Uber driver?
Yes, but you see now, you cannot go to a handler and say 5,000. You cannot speak those amounts that are not realistic. Where there is a lot of money needed, he must know in advance. And it is not the informant who determines how much. It's not the informant, commissioners. It's my arrangement with the informant, and at that time, the information, you are certain that the man is going to land on Wednesday, and the information for the Uber driver is to sit there 2 to 3 or 4 hours, and then you agree with him. If you give him 500, you tell your handler, I've given him 500. But for the work of this magnitude, not necessarily that I will want the refund if I have done that. Some of these things I afford them. What I want is to know the person that is going to help Cat do away with all these problems at that moment. Yes.
So you pay your informant, and you say you can claim it back from the handler when the mission is complete and has been achieved. The handler pays you whatever amount you say you paid the Uber driver. How does the handler know that to believe you that you paid the Uber driver 1,000 rands and not 500 rands?
Okay, maybe if you can speak in this case, where I gave that man 1,000 rand, I did not claim it. I just told I thought we were talking generally, how does this thing work? But in this case, I gave him 1,000 rand, and I did not claim it. I told my handler, and by the way, because the person I was following, it happened so differently. The Uber dropped him at the hotel. He was with his wife. They went into the hotel, and I waited and waited. They came a white Mercedes-Benz, picked the man up, and I had to follow this Mercedes-Benz to this other place in Umhla.
Can I just ask you not to mention the address of the place, because we don't mention addresses for obvious reasons.
Yes, then I went to Umhlanga to check the place, and then I waited for some time because they were together inside the house, and I did not know whose house was that. It was just a white house. It's fine. Then I waited for them as they came out, and then we went back to the hotel. I also slept and went away, and that was in April this year. Commissioners, May, June, July, during the 6th of July, during the General Mogotsi's press conference, General Mogotsi did mention Ket Matlala Brown Mogotsi during his press statement. And it came out to everyone that on that day, Ket Matlala was found with a cell phone in prison. And indeed, and he called me, very furious. He said, "Brown, can I tell you something? There was a time I told you that I went to look for someone who can solve my problem." And he said, and I said, "Yes, I remember." Because when I followed him, I didn't tell him that I was following him. And it became that I did not know who he met. They were driving the car, and it was something that was packed. And he said, "I went to see General Mogotsi's house. And I also gave him something." He was talking about money. I gave him, I also gave him, but he was speaking this language. And he feeling Nyoko, this guy, and now he's talking like this about us. I think, and then I never said to Kate, I followed you. I did not know. Honestly speaking, I didn't see who that person was. But how he narrated everything about the day he was going to meet someone who was going to solve his problems, I remembered. And he said it was General Mogotsi that he went to see.
You say this was after Mr. Matlala's, after General Mogotsi's press conference of 6 July.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So Mr. Matlala was calling you from prison?
Yes, he did call me from prison, not once.
And which number did he call you on?
No, prison phones. You cannot. No, it was this another number.
No. Which number of yours did he call you on?
Oh, my cell phone number. Yes, the one that even
that he uses in the chats.
Yes, everyone has that number.
And did he call you on? Was he still using WhatsApp, or was he calling you landline?
It was WhatsApp. Yeah.
Then in 48, you talk about some other calls from prison. Can you just briefly describe those?
Yes. He did call me, of course, from prison, but we were discussing like his strategy, how was he going to get bail, and what is happening what is transpiring, and what is he doing all it, like what is happening to him, like his plans of getting bail.
Let me take you back to the visit to Durban. When Mr. Madlanga said that he was going to go to somebody who would solve all of his problems, was he referring to the problems he had with regard to the tender?
Yeah, he was mentioning, yes, particularly in SAPS.
Yes. I'm thinking the tender, as I understand, was a tender concluded at national level. Did Mr. Madlanga explain how the KwaZulu-Natal commissioner, SAPS commissioner, would have assisted on this?
He never said, can I, this is an omission. Honestly, I thought maybe he was going to meet General Tele or someone close to General Tele. But then I only got surprised when he said it was General Mogotsi and I was in his house.
And you did not ask when he told you, you did not ask, how did you think the KZN SAPS commissioner would have helped you on something like this?
No, I did not ask him, commissioners. And then, like in prison, people will not call you and say, hey, how are you? Are you fine? It's like you pass a message, what you want to say, and then maybe the phone goes away. But he did mention to me that he was, of course, in KZN to see, and he went to Lieutenant General Mokonazi's house.
Thank you.
Can I ask, you had the address where he went?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Did you report that to your handler?
I give that to my handler, that's correct.
And did your handler ever tell you who lives at that address?
No. This whole thing stopped after Cat himself told me who he went to meet. But the description of the trip, it fitted with the problems that he told me about and the period. Because, if let's say it happened in April, Monday, and he tells me on Thursday, so it took very, very long. Only on the 6th of July. Yes.
Paragraph 49, you now talk about your actions after Lieutenant General Mkonazi's press briefing on 6 July. Can you take the Commission through that?
Yes, after Lieutenant General press briefing on July, and moreover the reference made therein to me, I decided to continue investigating General Mogotsi and obtain as much information as I could. To give context to the arguments and statements that he had made during the press statement, my handler at all relevant times knew of my continued investigation and it carried his approval. And paragraph 50, sometime thereafter, towards the end of August, I contacted the late former Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa. I wanted to understand why Lieutenant General Mogotsi was removed as acting National Commissioner of Police in 2012. I spoke to Mthethwa regarding my concerns that General Mogotsi was CIA operative, according to information I received from my source. Mthethwa said he shared my suspicion. In order to confirm this, he said I needed to travel to Kenya to meet with a contact who was aware of CIA operations in South Africa. 51.
Can I just stop you at this point? Okay. Had you ever met the late Minister Mthethwa before?
As a member of the ANC, long time, yes.
And how did you contact him?
You mean now before? Yes, I had his WhatsApp numbers. I believe even the gadgets, remember it's known, there was a search and seizure on my phones recently. That number, I'll give you the name I saved it under, is there. The name is there.
And where was he when you contacted him?
No, we only spoke over the phone. I think he was overseas.
And he said you needed to travel to Kenya
That's
to meet a
correct.
contact.
That's correct.
And did he give you details of who this contact was and how to get hold of him?
He gave me the name and the contact numbers on WhatsApp. I phoned this person at some stage. He said he was in Tanzania, and he was going to come back 3-4 days later. And when I called, he confirmed he was back in Kenya. And that's when I left to Kenya on the 10th of September 2025. I believe in some annexures the ticket is also, I've annexed the proof of the ticket, and I returned back from Kenya on the 12th of September 2025.
So,
and in Kenya,
so proof by means of, or rather, you have proof which is a ticket.
yes, I flew to.
And I assume you also have stamps on your passport.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And taking you back to the call you made to Ambassador Mthethwa, I think you said there's proof on your phone, a phone that was confiscated.
The contact numbers. He asked the question was, how did I contact him?
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Or so there will be a record on your phone of you having called Ambassador Mthethwa.
I believe it's supposed to be there.
It should be.
Yes,
it should be.
believe,
There
yes.
should be a record of that.
Yes.
So this will be a French number or a South African number?
No, it was that 27. He was still using the stamp.
Oh, okay.
Because they still work outside, yes.
Thank you, thank you.
And if you can then tell the Commission what happened in Nairobi?
Oh, in Nairobi, I did meet a gentleman who introduced his name only as George, but I don't believe this was his name. But the relevance of this guy, he's more conversant about most of the CIA operations in SADC, not only in South Africa. And we perhaps I should read it. He confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my source as being correct. And again, I contacted Mthethwa, the former...
Sorry, before we get to 52, you say he confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my sources being correct. So if I understand that correctly, he couldn't say it was correct, but he said he equally couldn't say it wasn't correct.
I do not understand the question, Commissioner.
You say he confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my sources being correct. So he didn't, did he say to you, this information is correct, or did he say this information, it's possible?
He also held a suspicion. Which...
And you were satisfied with that?
We still have to engage. The investigation is continuing. He said he lost the contact number of a particular person, but he also made reference to this current G20 that during this period there may be some lead. He will probably come back to me.
You see why I'm asking you if you were satisfied? You had gone all the way to Nairobi, Kenya, and all you are told is that there's a possibility that the information may be correct, and you come back to South Africa.
Okay, Commissioner.
It seems to me that it was all a futile exercise.
Okay, Commissioner. Commissioner, my world is a very different world. It's something else, Commissioner. But just to give you a hint, it's not that I arrive at the airport 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I meet, hey, how are you, sharp, sharp. Is it true? No possibility to, oh, bye-bye. Then I got into the flight. A person will give you, when I meet him, he must introduce himself properly to me. I also do the same. Now, agents, when they meet, there are certain things that you look for from this person. He'll give you reference about something or about someone. And he'll tell you that maybe in Botswana, there is this person doing whatever, and they are doing similar things. And this one we know for sure, he is a CIA. But this guy is doing something similar to what this man does. For example, you must check them. Every year they will go to Dubai and go to Switzerland. That's where the Switzerland meeting take place or something. He'll give you information that you are able to put the dots together. And especially when you meet the person for the first time. I'm still going to go there. He may come here. We have to meet. He can't just say, yes, it's true, this and this. He know I'll say, but what do you have? Because he asked me, I hear you are saying that, but what do you have? Then I told him so many things about the Richards Bay and all these things, how he behaved. And I must tell you how, because this whole thing of the 6th of July, to me, it was something else. It's not what we see. Something that was staged more like this was like a coup, a civil war. Is what I was trying to show him, and when you bring these dots together, there is a theory in intelligence commissioners which is called misdirection. And you start to see how this 6th July was, it's more like staged from what I saw, from what I'm seeing. And when I was trying to tell him, and he laughed, he could not, but he's also carrying the issue of the suspicion.
From what you are saying, it seems to me that there was a lot of information from you, but on the bottom line, which is what we had gone to Nairobi for, all you got was just this one-liner. There is a possibility.
Yes, which will help me to investigate. We'll continue to investigate, and we'll finally get the truth, because this is just a suspicion.
Could you not have done this over a phone call?
Because I was so hopeful that I will get something, either negative or positive, but I thought I'll get an answer. And it's not the first time, Commissioner, where you get to travel for information.
In your world, do you ever interact on issues like this over the phone in your environment?
If we know each other, being able to talk on certain codes which will understand each other, yes. But I can't talk to someone I never met and say something, and we cannot. It's not doable.
What's the difference between seeing each other face to face and talking over the phone?
It is the thinking that the phone is not safe. There's that thing. All of us will say, hey, you can't talk this over the phone. And also to take effort to obtain information, it makes a person realize, Commissioner, that this man is serious about this.
But you considered the phone to be safe when you spoke to Ambassador Mthethwa about the same subject?
If you know each other, you can just ask him.
No, this is about safety now.
Yes,
This is about safety.
Yes.
Did you consider the phone to be safe when you spoke to Ambassador Mthethwa about the same subject?
Yeah, and he was far, and for me and him, we thought we could just talk about it. It's not that it is safe or not. I get the Commissioner's point.
I think you're conflating issues. You made a point about your reluctance about raising this with a person in Nairobi over the phone. You made a point that the phone might very well not have been safe. That's a totally different issue from whether he would have had any comfort to talk to you about this subject. The two are totally different. There's one, the question of safety, and two, the question of comfort or lack of it. Do you get me?
That's correct.
Now I'm saying, let's focus on the question of safety only.
Yes.
Now, if there were issues of safety, why is it that you were comfortable to raise the issue with Ambassador Mthethwa over the phone, which you consider not to be safe? Do you understand my question now?
Yes, I understand the question. I believe I should put it right. Also, it's more riskier to talk to a stranger about something over the phone that you have never met. And I believed, Commissioner, that first let me agree to what you are saying, that it was a futile exercise and I wasted time. I could have done it over the phone. I must admit that. It's just that at that moment, I thought the man, if I meet him, it's difficult to make accusations to a stranger. I also thought, seeing me face to face, he may be more comfortable and tell me the truth, if there is any truth. But that's the answer he gave me.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, you say in that paragraph 50 that Minister Mthethwa referred you to a contact and your wedding. Contact who was aware of CIA operations in South Africa. So this contact, this George, is not a CIA operative himself. He's someone who is aware of CIA operatives.
That's correct.
And he must, who is he? He belongs to an organization. How does he become aware of CIA operations?
I don't know. I don't know.
You were not
told. I was just told, yes.
You were just told, go meet
Yes.
George.
Yes.
And you didn't know who George is. And you went to meet him.
Commissioner, no one will say I am a CIA operative or I am not. But when you get information that this person may know something and you start talking to him and he agrees to meet you, you will go and find out.
So George may well just have been a random person you don't know, because you don't know his organization. You know nothing about him except that he's George. So it's fair to say that he may well have been a random person who just misled you when he said there's a possibility.
It's not about being random. It's like me, if you ask me, to which organization do I belong in?
Yes.
I will not say crime intelligence.
Yes.
I'll just say maybe I'm an operative. Now, if George says to me he is an agent,
You believe him?
not to believe, I agreed to go and see him.
Okay.
Yes, and I've acceded to the fact that indeed it was futile, but he has promised to provide more information in future.
And this trip you made as a contact agent, it's part of your investigation as a contact agent.
Yes, that's correct.
So it would have been paid for by
I
crime
paid it.
intelligence.
No, I paid for myself. I paid for myself. I've not claimed anything from my handler. Some of these things, Commissioner, you know, I'm very patriotic. It is just that people don't know. Some of these things, I will do them from my pocket.
So the long and short of it is you paid for this
That's
trip
correct.
out of your pocket.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I may ask, how much did it cost you? Traveling, hotel bills, and whatever other incidentals, how much did it cost you?
15,000 rand.
And I assume you have claimed amounts less than 15,000 rand from crime intelligence, have you not?
Less than or above?
I'm saying less, even less than, or have you not?
Yeah, I've been there for some, it's not more than that. Not more than that. You'll claim here and there, but not more than that.
Sorry?
I have not claimed more than that. You mean like money, cash, 15,000? No.
You have not?
No.
I find it strange then that you would not have claimed back an amount as high as 15,000 rand.
It's not the first time, commissioners. Commissioners, and in this is not only about claiming, putting the country first, being patriotic, respecting the flag carries more weight than these things people are thinking. A lot of weight.
Thank you.
So you then, on your return, say you contacted ex-Minister Mthethwa and briefed him about the trip in Kenya. What did you report to him?
I told him we are still at the same position. There was nothing more tangible provided. The guy also has similar suspicions. He did not give me anything tangible.
And what did ex-Minister Mthethwa say to you?
He did tell me that he was also going to come to the commission, and amongst other things, he was prepared to corroborate his suspicions also.
For the record, I can confirm that Minister Mthethwa at no stage communicated his intention to come to the commission. He made no contact with the commission, ever.
Yes, he did. He did tell me. He never said he made contact. He was just saying he'll be coming, he's prepared to come to the commission and give that.
Can you date when you spoke to him?
Come again, Commissioner?
Can you date when you spoke to him to report what had happened in Kenya?
Yeah, just after I came from Kenya, around the 14th, I think. 13th, 14th September.
And again, would that be reflected on your phone?
Yes.
Mr. Shaskelson, please. Mr. Mogotsi, can you read into the record from the second sentence of paragraph 52 all the way to my handler at the end of paragraph 52?
Okay, Mthethwa confirmed that he was prepared to testify before the commission in confirmation of inter alia the fact that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had been removed from office by Mthethwa for various reasons, one of which was the suspicion of him being a CIA agent. I relayed this information to my handler.
Thank you.
And we know that the late Minister Mthethwa passed away on 30 September 2025, which is what you allude to in paragraph 53. You say, under what can only be described as suspicious circumstances. Are you aware of any facts in this regard that are not in the public domain?
No, I know nothing. I only see what is in the public domain.
Can you then read paragraph 54 of your statement and maybe expand and explain to the Commission what you are wanting to convey in that paragraph?
The modus operandi I've adopted as an MK agent, and thereafter as informant to South African Police Service as an agent for crime intelligence with a formal handler assigned, has always been that I'm constantly on the lookout for information that will suit my purpose in a particular situation. I would typically take advantage from acquiring a piece of information, relaying it to a specific person in a specific context for a specific purpose and to elicit specific reaction. It means I have learned to always look for any information that I can use, be it spoken by someone or any information that is on the public domain, if it's suitable or if I can use it to the advantage of whatever that I want to further. That's what I learned to do.
Mr. Mogotsi, in your capacity as contact agent, good afternoon.
Thank you.
In your capacity as contact agent, you interact with your handler and your informants. You're investigating so many cases, according to you. Do you keep a diary where you record this information? And the dates and who you met and what information they gave you? Where do you record all this?
As an agent, you are required at all times to make notes and whatever and give to your handler who keeps your file. Your file is kept by your handler.
So
you cannot have a diary of anything of that sort, which if it becomes accessible to anyone, you will definitely be attacked.
So details relating to this trip to Kenya, all that information, you've already given it to your handler?
That's correct.
You no longer have the notes with you?
Yeah, but there was nothing written in Kenya. We only conversed as we do. And I came to tell him, and then we noted in the file, and we kept the file. That's correct.
I'm assuming that when you had to go to Kenya, you needed to go to a certain address at a certain time to meet a certain person who has been described to you? Because you can't just go there and meet anybody. You had to know what the person looks like, where you are going to meet them, at what time. Where did you record all that information?
It's not it's a normal thing. I'm flying at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. I arrive in Kenya 5 o'clock, and then he'll tell you, you sit in the restaurant 6 o'clock, you go to outside, there is MTN and Telcom in Kenya. You then, either you buy airtime, but in the airport there is Wi-Fi. To say I've arrived, and he tell you I'm wearing blue jacket, I'm outside. You go and meet him, and then you drive, go somewhere. From there you come back.
So that will be in your WhatsApp then, it won't be in a notebook?
No, you can't write that. You talk to him over the phone. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jaskins.
Maybe on the same theme of records and to an earlier discussion where you say in your statement that you were involved in an operation with 32 suspects and 32 firearms were seized. You remember that operation?
That's correct.
Now, you are a contact agent. You are not an operating member of the SAPS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you are in an operation. There must be a record of this operation.
It is.
Somewhere. And
it is annexed.
It must show that you were... No, I'm not talking about pictures.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the pictures that are attached. I'm talking about a proper record of the operation itself in SAPS's books, and which will tell whoever is interested who was involved with that operation.
That's correct.
So one can expect to find you there.
Yes. What happens is that the person I'm referring to was who I was doing operations with. He has made a statement, and on his statement, he will say, remember his name is there and contact numbers. He'll say my source. He won't write my name. So only because I believe the commission will perhaps meet the person. It is him who will tell you, this is my source, this is the man who called us, this is what he told us, and that's how we knew.
Yes, no, I'm not asking about the source. Yeah. I'm asking about you participating in an operation. Unless I'm reading your paragraph 29 wrong, you say I was also part of an operation during October 2024 rather, when 32 suspects were apprehended and 32 firearms were seized.
Yes.
So if you were, what I'm asking is if you were part of that operation,
yes,
as it unfolded, there must be a record, because we have come to learn that operations of the SAPS, there is a record of an operation that was undertaken and who was there. So I'm asking, you would be in that record.
I'm not sure if Commissioner is aware that being part of the operation is not physical, it's about information.
So you don't mean you were present when there was, I think, this takedown or whatever they call it?
No. If there can be a crossfire, you will be hurt. You cannot.
Right, no, I then misunderstood your statement in the...
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi. We're now going to get to the specific topics that we asked you to address in the various notices we sent to you. And the first topic is the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, which you address from the top of page 14, paragraph 56. I have some questions later on in this section, but maybe if you could take the Commission through paragraphs 56 to 60.
The evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. The evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the conclusion drawn, and the assumptions made by him regarding me cannot be, in the absence of what I have stated herein above, be criticized. I say this because Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi could not and did not know that at all relevant times I was a contact agent acting on behalf of the state with tasks, orders to investigate both Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Matlala as aforesaid. The perception and assumptions that Lieutenant Mkhwanazi alluded to in his evidence with reference to me is exactly the outcome and the perception that I wanted to obtain and to create in order entirely to gain his trust and to get closer to him to investigate his ties with the CIA. At all relevant times, my handlers had full knowledge of and was kept appraised of my conduct and strategy, not only where Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was concerned. I was privy to sensitive information regarding the South African Police Service and crime intelligence, not because I had dubious relationship with any senior police officer or persons in the public office, but due to my involvement as a contact agent for the crime intelligence and through my vast network of informers and sources.
Can I just stop you? Did your informers and sources within the SAPS, did they know that you were an agent?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
So people who were giving you information, SAPS members and crime intelligence members in particular, did they, and who gave you information, did they know that you were an agent?
Yeah, it depends. It's not everyone. But remember, someone who's employed in the crime intelligence will not necessarily be an informant, except for maybe a person who's in the employment of crime intelligence, being a support staff, for example, in the human resource or supply chain. That particular person, you may, of course, work with that person and the person will know that you are an agent. But others will, in this context, think you are maybe close to the minister, or you can do some changes, or you are a person connected in the ANC, top brass, you can help them. Others, they perceive that your standing, you know someone in politics, or you know a person relevant to the situation that you are discussing.
Because I'm just trying to understand the situation that you're describing, which is an unusual one, which is of an agent operating to investigate crime intelligence itself, and depending on sources of information that come from inside crime intelligence. Now, it seems to me that if people inside crime intelligence know that you're an agent and give you information on that basis, there's a risk that that will compromise the whole operation, because once your status as an agent is known, it will be very difficult for you to get covert information from anybody else in crime intelligence. Do you accept that?
I accept that, not only in crime intelligence. I was raising that with my legal team to say, after this engagement with your office, senior counsel, Remember, initially the plan was to bring this statement in camera. I've taken into cognizance all those factors, and I'm now aware that from now on the whole world knows that I am this person. So no one ever will ever, I don't think there's anyone who will ever give me information. Even if they say there is a tender of 10,000, once you see me, you say, no, they will never work with me. I was telling my team, how are we going to deal with this going forward?
It is a concern, but I mean, in fairness, I think you yourself have disclosed your status as an undercover operative in interviews before you came to this commission.
I have never commissioned. I've always said the right platform will come. There was no way, because after the commission was established, I also checked and read the terms of reference. I really believed I will present this in camera.
But so that's the first issue, which is that if people know you are an agent, then there's always a risk that your status as an agent leaks into the broader world of crime intelligence that you're investigating, and your position is compromised. Would you accepted that proposition?
Yes, provided you do not explain to the person giving you information at first. You explain to a person that, look, the information you are giving me, now comes this part. I can assure you, even the president will know, will deal with this. You assure a person.
But that raises my second concern, which is if people don't know that you're an agent.
They didn't know, now they know.
No, now they do. But if they don't, then what you're doing is, well, what's happening in the process is that crime intelligence operatives, employees, agents, are giving you what I would imagine is classified information, thinking that they're giving it to someone who isn't an agent.
No, there's no one. You see, all the information and instructions, commissioners, they will come through the handler. The handler will tell you there is this, and he will show you. There is no way you have to find me in possession of classified information. You can look at it, make notes, and understand, and even the notes you can't keep. But this investigation, it's not like a normal investigation. You meet a police carrying a docket, goes to a person and say, you stole a laptop. What happens is you tell your handler, the investigating officer of this case is sparkling. He knows he has to go and talk to this investigating officer. In some instances, the commander of the handler, I don't know his commander, he'll talk to the commander of this investigating officer to say, we want to gather information for you. Crime intelligence, they will not carry the dockets, but he will, with the information I give him, he'll come and fill this docket in with information. Not necessarily that I must come and salute and say, hey, I'm an agent, give me the information, I'm going to help you. No, that's not how it works. You don't show the identity of people involved. And you talk to your person and say, with this information, I'll be able to do 1, 2, 3. Remember, a support staff who's a data capturer in supply chain, he can give you information and ask you, please make sure nobody knows about this, that it comes from me. It's a support staff in the supply chain. Once you have read it, maybe you take a picture, you give it back, then you give it to a handler, and the investigation unfolds. They won't know who gave it to you, and it doesn't necessarily has to be you saying I'm an agent. Remember, the support staff cannot even trust this other police. Your handler is not trusted by all the people. But they can trust me and I give this handler the information.
Can we very briefly just deal with the letter, the disbandment letter that you address at 61 and 62 before we take the lunch break?
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Chairperson, just the last thing on this topic that you're having now. You do, I think from your evidence, in fact, it's not even a question of accepting, you did disclose to General Sibia that you are an agent.
That's correct.
So other people may well know, because of that disclosure to General Sibia, you have no control over it. He may well have told other people in crime intelligence.
As I don't know.
Yes.
It is him who knows.
But it's possible that, in fact, the people in crime intelligence that you are discussing with Mr. Chaskalson may well have known that you are an agent because you've already shared that information with somebody else, and that is General Sibia. It has to be a yes, Mr. Mogotsi.
I don't understand, commissioners. Commissioner is saying after I told General Sibia, he told someone.
He may have told other people.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I don't know.
So it is quite possible on that
That's
hypothesis
correct. That's
that
correct.
people in crime intelligence, other people in crime intelligence may well have known that you are.
If he has told them.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Chaskalson, let's deal with what you were referring to when we come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2.
How long? 1 hour.
Yes, Mr. Shazwasi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, when we broke, I was about to ask you just to take us through paragraph 61 and 62, which deal with the disbandment of the PKTT and that letter. Can you read the paragraphs and just amplify anything that you would like the Commission to know in this regard?
Thank you, Commissioners. The fact that a letter addressed to General Masemula Bamkunu entirely disbanding the PKTT was leaked on social media on 1 January 2025 was fortuitous. Through the social media leak, it came to my attention. It suited the circumstances and the furtherance of my engagement with Matlala, bolstering my credibility in that I was in a position to inform him of the disbandment of the team, of the task team prior to it being formally made public. The time of year, New Year's Day, further aided my purpose, as Matlala did not seem to have knowledge of the social media leak regarding the information stated above. The circumstances and moreover the timing in which I could present this information to Matlala further gained his trust. I created the impression that I was privy to information emanating from the Minister's office prior to it being made public.
Can I ask, do you recall how you came to see the letter on social media? Was it from a personal social media contact, or was it from a public social media contact?
It was a public social media contact. In fact, it was all over, Commissioners, even in other social media groups.
And do you recall whether it was on Twitter, Facebook, any particular platform? Is it?
I cannot recall, Commissioner. I just know it was on social media.
And how soon after you received it did you mention it to Mr. Matlala? Was it immediately? Was it? Did you delay?
I saw that letter on the 1st, but because of the content of the letter, I decided to withhold the letter for a while, just to see whether is it authentic or not. But as it was still in my possession, it continued to be viral, even the second day. But I did send him a message at night without sharing the letter itself. I only sent it to him the following day, which was the 2nd of January.
Are you leaving the letter?
I am leaving the letter for now. We'll come back to it later.
I've got more questions later on, but for now, why did you think Mr. Matlala would be interested in the disbandment of PKTT?
Commissioners, the man would be very much interested and happy. As I've alluded earlier, he did, of course, got harassed by the same people, which is the PKTT. Even when they manhandled him, he did make reference that they, of course, also assaulted his wife, and that's why I helped him to go to the police station in Soweto through my arrangement with a co-handler. But in addition, Commissioner, in as much as he was frustrated and telling me that these people keep on looking for money and so forth, and the PKTT does not give him space and all that, I believed that its disbandment will really relieve him.
So there was a lot of discussion between you and Mr. Matlala about the PKTT during December 2024?
Yeah, not necessarily a lot of discussion, but I mean, they harassed him, they came to his house, and they also assaulted his wife. It's something not to forget. We cannot just forget that easily if one is on the shoes of Mr. Matlala.
And do you know how he knew that it was the PKTT that harassed him, as opposed to any other unit?
Yes, he did mention that he was, they were wearing balaclavas, they were in KZN cars, and they were speaking Zulu. And as it is also known, people here in Gauteng, the Zulu that they speak is not like the one in KZN. Even if I can speak any language with you, you won't speak Tswana that I speak in Mahikeng. Here you speak differently. Even the Zulus here, the Zulu is not like that one in KZN. I think that's where he drew the distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Teskals.
Can you then take the Commission through paragraph 63 to 65?
In testimony before the committee, Lieutenant General Mogotsi states that I am not a registered source in police, but yet I have access to everything in the police. I reiterate that Lieutenant General Mogotsi could not know that I was a registered contact agent for crime intelligence and therefore privy to the information and documents relating to the inner workings of South African Police Service. By implication, what Lieutenant General Mogotsi is saying is that if I were to be a contact agent, I would be privy to this information and his concern would therefore be undermined. The perceived links that I have with persons in the underworld is drawn from WhatsApp communication inter alia with Matlala, which were sent and in execution of my task orders received from my handler in the crime intelligence.
Can I just stop you there? Was your handler aware of your WhatsApp communications with Mr. Matlala? Did you share them with your handler?
It is very, very important that you notify your handler about your discussion. But in the main, you will not wake up in the morning and say, hello, Mr. Matlala, how are you? Then you tell the handler, I just greeted him, he said he's fine. No, you will tell him, I'm going to have a discussion with him, and this is what I'm going to draw, and this is what I want to achieve, or perhaps this is what I have achieved. And you will have your briefings 3 or 2 times a week, but usually you will have to bring everything that you discussed with him.
And would you bring your cell phone so that the handler could actually see the WhatsApp communications?
Yeah, not at all material times. It depends on the content of the discussion. For example, where he insists, I will really have to meet with Minister Senzon. You will then come to him and say, hey, Bafo, this man now is adamant, he's putting pressure. He wants to see Minister Senzon.
Thanks. Then if you can continue with paragraph 65 and 66.
From the outset, and despite the perception which I effectively created with General Mogotsi that I was close to and had the ear of Mkunu, I deny that I had any personal relationship of any kind with him. Him means Mr. Mkunu. I was neither an associate nor a friend of Mkunu. I regarded him, and I still do, as a comrade. In the same way as I wanted to create a perception and belief in the mind of Lieutenant General Mogotsi, I wanted to create perception in the mind of Matlala, but for different purposes. Both, however, will be the execution of my task instruction received from my handler at Crime Intelligence.
Then from paragraph 67 onwards, you talk about your first approaches to General Mogotsi. Can you take the Commission through those paragraphs?
67 in?
67 onwards, all the way through to 72.
I did send the WhatsApp message to Lieutenant General Mogotsi on 30 September 2024, an attached document being the OB occurrence book register and a letter. This was my opening communication to Lieutenant General Mogotsi. The documents were attached to give the message the necessary weight and to get his attention in an attempt to gain his trust. This was in line with my modus operandi as a contact agent. I also sent the follow-up message later that day, moreover with reference to Mutunu being in Lusikisiki. I wanted to leave him with the impression, which later proved to be effective, that I was with Mutunu in Lusikisiki. The contrary was, however, true. I left Lusikisiki a day before the minister's arrival. Mutunu was not aware of that I was in Lusikisiki, and I never met him there. I became aware that the minister was traveling to Lusikisiki via the media. I also sent the WhatsApp message to Lieutenant General Mkonazi that he must be mindful and check his standing with Lieutenant General Kumalo in an effort to elicit a response. I confirm once again that at all relevant times, I sent these messages in an attempt to gain Lieutenant General Mkonazi's confidence and trust in order to execute my mandate in terms of the task order of my handler.
Can I just stop you there before we move on to the crime intelligence screenshot? Where did you get the occurrence book register extract and the letter?
From one of my sources. Remember, commissioners, the occurrence was a recorded incident that took place, which implicated Lieutenant General Mkonazi. And having found something that talks to him directly, I knew he was going to respond. And because it was talking about him, indeed, he responded.
And so this is a complaint that had been lodged against Lieutenant General Mkonazi in relation to the Correctional Services incident.
Yes, that's correct. From Kalagabusha, it was about the arrest of possession of drugs against a head of correctional center, which, according to General Mkonazi, because when I spoke to him, he responded to me in detail as to what really transpired. Then he ordered that the correctional officer should not be arrested. He cited reasons being he was going to sue the state or South African Police Service. Those drugs were found in a rubbish bin, not necessarily inside the house of a correctional officer. That's what happened.
And when you refer in paragraph 69 to your WhatsApp message to General Mkonazi in relation to General Kumalo, what was your intention in, as it were, telling General Mkonazi he should suspect General Kumalo?
It is a modus operandi, commissioners. It's similar to someone, a very lovely couple. Even if you don't greet him, he doesn't know you. Should you tell him or ask him, are you sure about your girlfriend? He'll definitely start to ask you, what did you see? Why are you saying that? It's a similar message.
Then you talk about that crime intelligence screenshot. Can you
Sorry, Mr. Chaskasin. So you were asked what was the intention?
Was to get
the
him.
Intention to create discord between the two of them because you're raising suspicion about the one.
Not
the
to.
other.
Obviously, General Mkonazi knew Lieutenant General Kumalo for longer. He wouldn't just take a story from me in the first place and believed me. He may have told him, but it created an environment that he must ask me exactly what did he say. And indeed, he asked me.
Thank you.
Then the crime intelligence screenshot. You say you obtained the screenshot from a confidential source within your network. That's in paragraph 71.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, that source would have had to have been present at the crime intelligence meeting, not so?
I don't know, Worship. No, I don't know, Commissioners. Excuse me, sorry.
And did that source know he was dealing with an agent, that he was giving it to you
Definitely,
in your
yes.
capacity as an agent?
That's correct. A network, you may be surprised. We are sitting with more than 400 in the network, 400, a lot of people. And this one may say, my handler attended a meeting and he showed me this, and when I saw that, I used it to my advantage.
But it wasn't just shown, it was captured, because you had an image to give to General Mkhwanazi.
That's correct, Commissioner. It is a question that I did not ask my source how and when did he get that picture. But it was, I've been, for example, talking about a presentation of Boko Haram, which is a very confidential document, but I saw it. I may have also taken a picture. So in this network, you are able to get or access such things.
Can you take the Commission through paragraphs 73 to, gosh, all the way through to 80?
I fully understand why the chairperson of the committee, during the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, raises a question. Why would I warn Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi of an attempt to discredit him? And the reason why Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi would answer the chairman that he had no idea at the time. He could not and he would not have an idea because absent the explanation that I acted as a contact agent investigating General Mkhwanazi and being in the process of infiltrating his world, it would be on the face of it rather random. It is clear from the conduct of General Mkhwanazi after receiving the WhatsApp communication from me that he has established through the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office that the Minister was indeed in Lusikisiki at the time. I indicated that I was there, and by giving a long-winded explanation relating to the charges leveled at the acting head of correctional facility in Kalakabushe at the Empangeni, I managed to get his attention. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi defends the long explanation when he given to me regarding this incident, as he believes that I'm close to the minister, hoping that the explanation will reach the ear of the minister. I clearly succeeded in getting the attention of Lieutenant Mkhwanazi as he chose to engage with me. He inquired as to what Lieutenant General Khumalo had said about him with regard to cash in transit. I merely responded that the minister is briefed and he has arrived in Lusikisiki. My reference to the minister Lusikisiki, as well as my presence there, as stated, clearly confirmed in Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's mind that I was close to the minister, having knowledge of his movement. With reference to the screenshot depicting the meeting of crime intelligence heads, I requested that General Mkhwanazi keep this confidential and that had his best interest at heart. I further communicated to him that the representative within crime intelligence are of the opinion that he does not listen to crime intelligence, that he might have his own cartel, and mentioned that provincial crime intelligence head is retiring in the next month. Once again, my communication had the desired effect, as Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stated in his evidence that it is his understanding of the message that in the meeting referring to the screenshot attended by a representative of crime intelligence was that he did not want to cooperate and is not working well with the head of crime intelligence in KwaZulu-Natal. Further, that he does not take heed of the information that they are giving him and in turn does not want to operationalize such information. The opposite is underlined by the response of Lieutenant General when he replies and requests the full presentation relating to the screenshot of the crime intelligence meeting Alternatively, records of what was said therein. I then replied, reference General Khan, stating this general will brief him next week. My intentional reference to Major General Khan in the WhatsApp conversation with General Mogotsi again effectively caught his attention. He makes the following statement in reply. Almost, open quote, almost everything that we see happening in Parliament and the media come from that components of crime intelligence, and this is where the real fight comes from, close quote. Lieutenant General Mogotsi stated the following, open quote again, the General Kumalo, the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, approached me and asked me to be a presiding officer. I then agreed. Shortly after agreeing to be the presiding officer, not long after that, I started getting this communication from Mogotsi. But at that time, I'm not understanding as to what this communication, what is the background of this communication. He started to communicate these things to me. That is why it throws Major General Khan's name in it, close quote.
Can I just get the timing of these WhatsApps confirmed? Your first approach to General Mogotsi was on the 30th of September, and that was the OB WhatsApp, which you record on page 67. The WhatsApps in relation to crime intelligence and the presentation and General Khan, that was the following day, 1 October. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your purpose in shifting the conversation to General Khan is what you address in paragraph 84. Can you take the commission there?
Should I read this again?
Yes, please do.
I made reference to Major General Khan specifically and reiterate that I was stated herein above regarding the plot surrounding the disciplinary hearing of Major General Khan and the contrived outcome thereof. I wanted to create perception in General Mogotzi's mind that I may know of the plot. To elicit a reaction from Lieutenant General Mogotsi, I reasoned if he suspected that I had knowledge of the plot, he would not accept the appointment to chair the disciplinary hearing as requested by General Kumar.
So you were mentioning Major General Khan specifically because you knew about the plot and you wanted essentially to signal to General Mogotsi that you were aware of the plot and that he might then choose not to take on the disciplinary committee and not to carry forward that plot. Is that what your intention was?
Yeah, I'm simply saying he may have thought I knew. Commissioners, remember the recording part only happened in December. This was our conversation during October or after September.
But, sorry, I don't understand 84 then, because what 84 says to me is that in October you mentioned Major General Khan specifically.
Yes.
Because you wanted to create a perception in Lieutenant General Mogotsi's mind that you may know of the plot.
Yes.
Did you know of the plot at that stage?
No. This would be, that's what I'm saying. It should be captured correctly. I spoke to General Mogotsi, and we only knew about the plot when we did the 252A thing. But in October, I had already heard that it is General Mogotsi who was going to preside over the case of General Khan. But I did not have any interest of some sort at that time, until that time when we conducted the 252.
But then why did you have any reason to mention Khan in your WhatsApp to General Mkhonazi on the 1st of October?
It is General Lieutenant Mkhonazi, is Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, who, according to him in the statement, was thinking that I have mentioned this because I knew he was going to preside. Indeed, I knew, but I'm trying to say it should be properly recorded that the conversation between the recording of the particular process, the 252A, about the plot, only got carried out or conducted when we did the 252.
So I understand what you're saying now, but I still can't make sense of 84. Maybe if you could just reframe 84 as you would want it, if 84 is saying the wrong thing in relation to the plot,
no,
what is it that you're saying in
short,
relation to General Khan and General Mkhonazi?
May I just approach, cousin?
The story is yours, and you know what the evidence is.
Okay, sir.
Yes. I'm
just trying to say this. The paragraph may have been captured, not should have. But the part of the paragraph could have been captured in another paragraph. What I'm saying is, when I spoke to General Khan about this incident, to General Mkhonazi. No, I should put it properly, sorry. When we did the 252A, it was done after this conversation. So I'm simply trying to say the part where we speak about the disciplinary hearing didn't have been before the December 252A. Is probably not placed.
So this reference to a perception in Lieutenant General Mkhonazi's mind that I may know of a plot shouldn't actually be in this paragraph.
Yes, should have been. I'll show you where it's supposed to come. You will check that. Not congratulating. May I just have a second to rectify this, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairperson, unless it's crucial that he should deal with it now, which I don't think should be the case, Mr. Mogotsi is coming back tomorrow.
Certainly. Maybe we can clarify this tomorrow.
Yes,
it's not a critical issue at all.
Yes.
And thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps there will be time for cross-examination, and this will be wrongly placed here. Thank you.
It will be sorted out before you are cross-examined. Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi.
Then, if you can possibly finish off with paragraphs 85, 6, and 7.
Thank you. Paragraph 85, I did send a message to Lieutenant General Mkhonazi stating, congratulations, you are going to save the country. I knew a press conference was going to be held by Lieutenant General Mkhonazi before it happened. I wanted him to know that I had this knowledge and furtherance of my investigation. This conversation took place shortly after the arrest of General Kumar. I was under the impression that General Mkhonazi was going to have a very positive press conference, and therefore I wrote the message as aforesaid. The later transpired not to be the case. My message sent on 4 July 2025, congratulating General Mkhonazi that he's going to save the country, clearly further caught his attention and he deemed it necessary to respond thereto. I did direct the communication to General Mkhonazi requesting him to intervene. This was not out of genuine concern about the situation that was unfolding regarding warrants of arrest that were procured. This was, in my view, as a knee-jerk reaction to the arrest of General Kumar. to arrest certain other high-ranking police officials, including General Masemola. I wanted to know how Lieutenant General Mogotsi was going to react. I further also wanted to know what his next step would be. I contemplated genuinely possibility that he might resign from his position during the press conference that was going on.
So if I understand you correctly, that message in early July you sent really to try to work out what Lieutenant General Mogotsi was going to do next.
Yes, but just to add on that, Commissioners, there was a heavy observation because that week General Mogotsi came to Gauteng, and that's why earlier I spoke about something like a coup of some sort. Here in Pretoria, at the police college, including General Masemola, he stayed the whole night there. And that's where I derived...
Sorry to interrupt. Who stayed the whole night? No, General Masemola or
after General Mogotsi came here, frequented and went back, General Masemola and the other team, they stayed at the college for the whole night during that week of the press conference. And the information we have, I believe I'll be perhaps guided how to perhaps supplement if we reach the conclusion of what we are working on. I can confirm that the press conference, the statement which General Mogotsi read was not typed in KZN. It was typed here in Pretoria at the college. We're going to even find the computer from which that statement was typed. It was not typed there.
You're saying you found, or you are hoping to find?
No, there is. We are 80% already.
Oh.
The 6, that's why I'm saying you should check. When I sent him a message in advance, Commissioners, it was after the arrest of General Kumalo, General Lukalakala, and those other brigadiers. And General Masemola, after the arrest, maybe that should be recorded.
It's either you found it or you have not found it. You cannot find it 80%, Mr. Mogotsi. Please make me understand.
You get that a person tasked will say, I have it. Now, for me here to say, I have it, I'll not be telling the truth. I hope if he's watching, he'll just call me and say, hey, I have it. But from the person, for 4 days, we placed the network to monitor the movement before this press conference. And even I don't want to go into the content of the press conference and leave the script, but I hope the stage will come for one to elaborate the investigation around this July 6 press conference.
You say that you contemplated the genuine possibility that General Mogotsi might announce his resignation at the press briefing.
Yes.
Why did you contemplate that?
You see, the arrest of General Kumalo was a breaking point. It almost changed the South African police service. Everything changed. That's why we are here. That's why I'm able to say there is intelligence report in 2018. I know of 2019, 2021. There is no such thing as the big five and things they're talking about. General Mogotsi, he was angered by the arrest of General Kumalo. Even the press conference was only about that, where he said there is a drug cartel They are using this tactic of misdirection, commissioners, to, like you say, the PKTT was disbanded because there is a drug cartel which Minister Mtuni wanted to protect. KT Molef, these people were still going to be arrested whether the PKTT was there or not. Now, they just brought a big narrative. If you allow me, Chair, commissioners, I can just 1 minute to show you this thing properly. There is this thing called the misdirection, to mislead how everything happened. I'll give an example of this witness, who came here with the recording. He came with the recording, they say, Brown Mogotsi had 500,000 for him and Senzo Mtunu, and then he came with, Kat says, on the recording, I gave Sibia 2 million plus 1 million per month, and I know, the witness I think I know him. He's having a rank in the South African Police Service. They know, in terms of the law, they're supposed to subject Kat Matlala with his recording to a magistrate for a confession statement and immediately on the spot apply for warrant of arrest for Brown Mogotsi, Senzo Mtunu, and General Sibia. No, they bring it and play it raw here. They just come with information that that will never be admissible in the court of law. To say we gave him 500,000, and then on the recording they asked Kat, was it cash or what? He said, no, he was in Cape Town, I sent it. They don't immediately ask from the records, show us the balance or the proof of 500,000. It's a similar thing, Commissioner, with when General Mokonas was speaking in that press conference. Check this thing that he raised. He spoke about the magistrate who imposed a bail condition against the crime intelligence general. Even Nelson Mandela, the most respected president, he never called a press conference with people holding rifles behind him. And General Mkonas is speaking about that magistrate, I can assure you, is either he recused, he'll even resign that magistrate. To say, how can he impose a bail condition like that? Whereas he knows they could just apply for the relaxation of bail condition and life goes on. But he was able to threaten that magistrate. He did not even worry during his statement, commissioners, that it was Fadil Adams in Cape Town who opened the case against General Lushaba, the one I spoke about with the housebreaking and stuff, and other cases. What happened in the Cape Town, the matters could not be investigated. It's written on my statement, it is a practice across the country. PKTT and this police mafia cartel, this group of policemen, they don't want to be accountable. When the case could not be opened in Cape Town, he came to Soweto again. And the matter could not be investigated. He requested the IDEC, and IDEC confirmed during the ad hoc that it was a Section 27 referral. But Becky Tele came to Parliament and said, no, it was Nkabini who wrote the letter. Becky Tele came to the ad hoc and said, Kat told him, Brown Mogotsi and Senzo, they were together with Kat, he spoke about money. As a former minister, he was supposed to say, where is the date? Call Kumalo, obtain Section 205, locate Brown Mogotsi, Senzo Mtunu, and Kat. They bring is to mislead everyone. They bring information that does not go into work. There's one, just coincidentally, there's a priest, that priest, Bushiri. He came now on the light. He's saying he gave Sibia 12 million. He's talking so much money. I can't attest, I assure you now. The period in question, Sibia was not a policeman. But because there's a misdirection, there is something that is concocted just to say, this one is doing that. Now, I hope we're going to go into the messages, Commissioner. You will see messages that I sent to Kat, messages that I wanted to publish secretly, came out this Sunday from the, I don't know whether the Sunday World got it, but it speaks of the Inspector General, that's the report he did. It's there in those messages. They're not talking about it. It is there in my messages that the car, the Mercedes-Benz belonging to the crime intelligence was used and the AK-47 was taken from the SAP-69 for the death of Magat. They don't talk those things. They want 149,000. They want Muntuni with the... It's just to mislead everyone. They even did that in the absence of the president. We thought Masemola will say, you are not supposed to call a press conference like that. He did not even respect the protocol. No, he's endorsing that. When these generals are arrested, he refused to suspend them. What did he do? He took the same provincial commissioner who was in Western Cape who refused to open those cases. He's now working in the office of General Masemola, Patekile. In 6 days, he met those generals which were arrested, he cleared them and said, internally they are not wrong, they must come back to work. I speak to you now. Lushaba is back to work. I believe General Kumar, lieutenant, is going back to work this week. It's because of this police mafia. There is something that is colored to mislead everyone. Big Five, the Grat cartel. Gaten Mackenzie, the minister, said there is a mafia, Chinese mafia, Russian mafia, spoke so many things. But in this report of the Big Five, there is not even one Chinese, not Russia, nothing. They just orchestrate things to mislead the public. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can we...
Sorry, can I just... You were asked the question about why you entertained the possibility that General Mkhwanazi would resign at that press conference. Now, I'm trying to reconcile that and maybe explain it, that in the preceding paragraph 85, you say, this is at page 18, you say at the end of that paragraph, you say, I was under the impression that General Mkhwanazi was going to have a positive press conference. So you say that, and then in the later paragraph, you then say you are under the possibility, you contemplated that he was going to resign. Is that the positive that you're talking about? That it would have been, you contemplated he would resign, and that is what you had in mind as a positive thing that would happen?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. In those messages, and I heard him when he was giving evidence here, he said, me and him spoke on the phone. We spoke about how easy it is for one police officer to obtain a section, a J50 for another officer, and this arrests are now happening randomly. I thought on the basis of that discussion, he would bring a press conference that speaks to uniting the police community, uniting the infighting, as opposed to what, or you would resign. That's what actually I said.
So you considered the resignation to be the positive thing? Because I'm trying to make sense of two seemingly contradictory statements that you're making. You contemplated he would resign, but earlier on, you make the statement you thought something positive would come out of this press conference. I'm trying to make it make sense.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. The paragraph speaks about the conversation that took place after the arrest of General Kumar. And I was under the impression he was going to have a positive press conference, and therefore wrote that above message. But I said the later transpired not to be the case.
All right, I think you've answered me as best as you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
We come now to the communications, and I will take you in some detail through the communications in due course, because I do need you to explain some of them to us. But let's first deal with the ones that you mentioned in your statement before we go to the annexure. And the first one you mention is a WhatsApp of 31 December 2024, saying, and you say you sent the WhatsApp message to Matlala on 31 December stating, today is the day and Matlala should just stand back. Can you just go to page 59 of the witness statement bundle? I think that's the WhatsApp you're talking about. Do you have it at 11:32 on the 31st of December?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So there you write to Matlala outstanding issues. Now this again. Today is D-Day on the other side. I also think you must stand back. So that you wrote.
That's correct.
What did you mean today is D-Day on the other side?
Yes, the message 11:32, 11:31, I say, I'm now worried, my brother. And 11:32 is responding, or same seconds, worried about what? And then I said outstanding issues. Now this again. Today is the D on the other side, stand back. Then he asked, stand back. Don't understand what you mean. Then there comes my response. For your safety and business.
But I'm curious as to what you meant by saying today is D-Day on the other side. What did you mean with that?
That was the issue of, remember it was before the January 8, there was the first deadline to do the payment to the other side. That's what he had to do for the January 8. But that one, then on the other side, then he said, I think you must stand back. Then stand back, he said, I don't understand. And I said, for your safety and business. That was the deadline for the other thing to be paid for the January 8. The other side. It was a deadline. It was a D-Day for that one.
So you're saying that when you referred to D-Day, you were referring to the January the 8th
yes, because
payment.
I say outstanding issues at comma, then I speak about now this again, but today is a D-side on the other side. I refer to the D-Day for the payment.
Mr. Mogotsi, what does the January 8 celebration have to do with Mr. Matlala's safety and business?
Those were two issues. The same way when the PKTT went to his house on the 6th, there was that information again. That's why I spoke about his safety and business, that they were going into his business again, and they would also either confiscate or do something. It was just information that came that time.
But this is the 31st of December 2024.
Yeah.
Why do you say for your safety and business? What did you know about the PKTT?
I'm saying I did tell him over the phone as we spoke. I heard that they were going to go back to him again. And this time they were going to either close his business, because there was a time when they took his firearms and he's running a security company. Then I said, this time, just for your safety and for your business, that's what I was referring to. Sorry.
So did you think that the PKTT
was going to
go to Mr. Matlala's house on the 31st of December 2024?
Not necessarily the 31st. It was, I thought, any time during that time. Any time.
Including the 31st of
yes,
December 2024?
But the part of the other side was D-Day, was the payment. It was not, I hear everyone saying now, I was saying the D-Day for the disbandment. And remember we've been talking about this legend. You don't apply it when you lie unnecessarily. You cannot lie under oath. I would say, no, I was referring to my work. No, it's not like that, Commissioners. This was clearly for the deadline, and the other one, it was for the suspicion that the PKTT was going to go to his house again and this business.
Why did you suspect the PKTT would go to his
It's
house?
information that you get, Commissioner, every day.
Yeah, but why? What is
It's
it
because they
about
told me. It's because what they told me.
Your sources told you that
Yeah,
PKTT...
it's not only about sources. You always hear, I can't remember. We were doing something here, Commissioner, here in this institution with somebody else. And I just said, I wish I can just share you with my phone and see what comes in my phone every minute. where they were talking about the G20 and what. It's like that. Every time something will come, hey, there's a hit where, hey, there's a CIT, it is that life. But there was a suspicion that they're going to go to his house again, that time.
So someone told you
That's correct.
that the PKTT was going to go to his house on the 31st.
Yes, that's when I was talking to him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then if we go down to page 62,
And
at the foot of the page,
62.
62.
Page
62.
Okay.
You say in your statement at paragraph 89, I did not send the WhatsApp communication to Matlala on 1 January 2025, stating, good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sabia and the minister must have a solution. You say you didn't send that one.
That's correct.
You then say in paragraph 90, I'd like to point out there's a screenshot of what purports to be Matlala's phone. It stands to be noted that a screenshot is easily manufactured and cannot be relied on the face of. In my view, regard must be had to the original message on the original phone on which it was received, referencing the phone number of the recipient and the sender. What I can say to you is that what you see in this document that's being displayed here is a printout of a single Android WhatsApp file that is recorded on Mr. Matlala's phone. So this is not a screenshot. This is something that is printed out from a single Android file recording the WhatsApp calls between Mr. Matlala and yourself. That's the genesis of it.
Is which page, Commissioner? 60?
Sorry?
Is which page 63?
It
or
is
the
page
same one that,
62.
If I did not mishear, Mr. Shaskarsen, I think you said calls. It's mostly chats, or not? Yeah.
Well, chats yes. And calls. It is a WhatsApp file that contains a record of all of the WhatsApp messages, be they voice or chat, between two parties on an Android device. Sorry, on an Apple device, because it's from the i16. So what is printed out here is the entire contents of the record on Mr. Matlala's Apple i16 of the WhatsApp calls and chats between himself and yourself.
Do you follow the substance of the point being made by Mr. Shaskarsen, Mr. Mogotsi?
Yeah, I'm trying to, as I do follow that you say it's a printout. Commissioners, you know, this message compared to all these other messages that speaks very implicating issues that I said I have typed, I would have easily said, yes, I wrote this message. Perhaps the Commission should allow me that tomorrow I must bring you must tell me what I must bring. I can make, this is easily fabricated. There was a message of Brown Mogotsi with the Treasurer General of the ANC that she wrote me a message that I must attack Fikile Mbalula, which I never spoke to the Treasurer General of the ANC. So these messages can easily be. You even during this other ad hoc Advocate Johnson, she did confirm that some of the messages from Kat's phone were tampered with. The moment you delete, the moment you delete, it means you have tampered.
You're standing by your version that you didn't send this. I must just place on record that your paragraph 90 is wrong. It isn't a screenshot. So if you still want to stand by the version, knowing that it's not a screenshot as opposed to a printout of the WhatsApp file on the Apple
I stand by that. I stand by
Okay.
that. Yes. And then I will...
Just before you move on, there is the possibility that your point is this may not necessarily be a screenshot, but even if that be so, it is still manufactured.
It's not my mistake.
There is the second possibility that it purports to be a screenshot, but it's manufactured. Which one of the 2 points
No,
are
the
you
first
making?
one that you say, according to the evidence leader, commissioners, is saying this is not a screenshot, it's a printout. So I'm saying
it's a printout of chats, not
Yes,
a screenshot of chats. Yeah.
yes. So I'm saying, in as much as, but I don't remember myself sending this message. And perhaps tomorrow there'll be an opportunity to share with the commission. How do you mention in my world the name minister or Sibia or another person? I will have, I don't remember myself. I did not send this message. And in as much as I say it's not implicating me in any way, there's no need to say I did not send it. I could have said, yes, I sent it, I was in field. Just like I've been explaining prior commissioners.
Thank you.
If we then proceed, paragraph 91, you say you did send the message, send the WhatsApp to Matlala referencing that the task team came to his house and harassed him. And that is a message on the 1st of January, and it's at 22:38 on the 1st of January. That's the message that you're confirming you did send.
It's page 60, the message, so page 63.
Page 63 at 22:38.
That's correct. I did send this message.
Paragraph 92, you explain why you sent it. Then in paragraph 93, I think you are referring to the message on the 2nd of January at 8:58, where it says they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they're bringing all the dockets to Sabia.
That's correct. I sent it.
And that you say you did send.
Yes, I did send this message.
And in paragraph 93, you explain why you assumed that they were bringing the dockets to General Sabia. Can you just read that for the Commission?
Although the information contained in the letter of the Minister Intalia disbanding the PKTT task team did not include any reference to the National Deputy Commissioner Jan Sibia taking control of the dockets, that the PKTT was taking control of the dockets that the PKTT was investigating. This would have occurred as a matter of consequence. I say this because the Deputy National Commissioner of Police is responsible for all the dockets within the South African Police Service across the country. I therefore implied in my mind that when a specialized task team like the PKTT is disbanded by the Minister of Police, the dockets being of a very high profile will resort under the care, custody, and control of the Deputy National Commissioner General CB.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying you made an assumption that when disbandment took place, in terms of ordinary SAPS protocols and procedures, the dockets would be taken to the office of General Sabia.
Yes, I'll perhaps also give where I derived that there was a matter of the VIP protection of the Deputy President. The VIP protection of the Deputy President, and the case was opened against them. They had to do their bail process and so forth. And there was a time when I asked a very close friend of mine that, now, how far is this investigation? And the person said, no, we'll have to ask Sibia, all dockets belongs to him. And only to find out those ones did not go to General Sevilla, but they were done by presidency as we were talking. But he said, except these ones, all the dockets across the country goes to Sevilla. That's how I knew that as a decision of the minister disbanding, it will go. The dockets will go to General Sevilla.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mogotsi? Why did you not think the dockets would go to the stations of origin in KZN? Why did you assume that they will go to General Sibia in Pretoria?
I do not think there's one person with that authority to disperse the dockets in one province. They had to be taken to the national office for rearrangement and placement of the new investigating officers, arrangement with the DPP or prosecutors responsible. It could not be done at the station level, is my thinking.
And how did you know that? Because those are internal SAPS processes.
That's my world, Commissioner.
No, the reason I'm asking you this question is that we had a very senior official from SAPS yesterday, General Motsipe, and she was not clear about the process. And here you are, a citizen who's not part of the SAPS, and you seem to know better than her what was to happen with the dockets.
I cannot respond to that question that I know better than her. And I'm saying the fact that during some time we were just sitting with my handler and other friends, when we spoke about the dockets, it was confirmed that all the dockets in the country reports, actually, it is the DNC, particularly Research General CB, who's responsible for all the dockets.
Why did you think, or why did you consider that Mr. Madlanga should know that the dockets, the PKTT dockets, are going to go to General Sibia? Why was it important to tell him?
It's true, Commissioner, just like the previous question from the Commissioner, that how would I know when someone, a senior official from SAPS, could not line up the answers like I do, seeming I know that. It was to boost and to show that I'm in charge when I speak to my target. And he felt it that, yeah, this man is in charge. Just to tell him, remember, he did not have a case with the PKTT, he did not have a docket, but informing him that now the docket are going to Sibia is an indication that that PKTT now is no more and the dockets are even moving to the national office.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Then in 94 and 95, you talk about the Thabo Bester case. Is there anything you want to add to what you say there?
No, I'd not add anything. It is just that it became so viral, and I did mention it's only the information I gave to my handler, and I still confirm the content of paragraph 24. And further that in 95, it is not, like I said, General Mkonazi imputes that Major General Khan had informed me of the details of the operation. No, I merely relate this information to my handler. And I'm not close to General Khan, but in case he shared something with me, I would have known better about that process. So I only gave little information.
In paragraph 96, you say, in amplification of what I'd stated above relating to my investigations of Matlala, I sent a WhatsApp to Matlala on 26 January reminding him to submit his invoice. I think you've got the date wrong. There doesn't seem to be a WhatsApp of 26 January. I'm not sure what you're referring to there.
Yeah,
maybe overnight you could...
Oh, I wanted to say, remember that request.
Maybe what
not by us, not by us.
Chair, we did make a request if we could take a 5-minute break on the hour. So maybe if we could take that now,
Yes.
and during this break, maybe we could get the correct date and reference for paragraph 96.
Let's come back at 10 past. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi, do you have the correct reference that you were referring to in paragraph 96?
Please switch on. Please switch on.
It's 14 Jan. It appears on page 101, where the invoice comes.
It would be the invoice at the top of the page. Sorry, the message at the top of the page on page 101.
That's correct.
Then on 97, you confirm sending a screenshot, and I think that's the screenshot at page 30 January at 12:31, page 110. That's the screenshot of the message of a chat between yourself and the Minister.
That's correct.
We'll get to that later because you deal with it in, I think it's BM 10 or BM 11. And then at paragraph 98, you confirm that except for the messages that you specifically say you dispute in your statement, you accept that the other messages that we see in Annexure BM7 all the way from page 1 to 93 are authentic.
That's correct.
Then you proceed at paragraph 99 to deal with the topics that we asked you to address. Mr. Matlala, you don't add to what you've said already. Likewise, Minister Mkunu. Your relationship and details of communications on WhatsApp or Signal with Mr. Nkabinde, you address in 99.21. Can you tell the Commission about that, your relationship with Mr. Nkabinde and your communications on WhatsApp or Signal with him?
It's at all relevant times I would speak to Nkabinde, and in most of the time when I could not reach Comrade Senzo Mkunu, it is when I would speak to the Chief of Staff. We did speak around, I think it was in September, it was September when he was arranging a meeting with myself and other comrades at the residence of Comrade Senzo, Minister Senzo Mkunu.
And what was that meeting about?
ANC meeting with ANC members from my province.
And that would be the Northwest?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met at the Minister's house in Pretoria or in Mpangeni?
In Pretoria, in Pretoria.
And that would be in September of?
We arranged the meeting around September. I'm not quite sure of when did the meeting take place. It was only 5 people.
And apart from arrangements in relation to this meeting, what contact did you have with Mr. Nkabinde?
I would only call Mr. Nkabinde in instances when I could not reach the minister. Nothing else.
So how did it work? You had a direct line to Minister Mkunu?
Yes, I do. I do have.
And only if you did not reach him did you contact his Chief of Staff. So it was not the other way around.
No, it was not the other way around. I would contact, but usually, you know...
I'm sorry, there'll probably be problems with the transcription. Can you please repeat your question?
Mr. Mogotsi, maybe you're not used to this, so you'll see when I'm done. Wait for me to finish and then you can answer. It's not your fault. I know you're not used to this. Don't worry. The question I was asking is, you had a direct line to the minister. You said yes. So my next question was, it was not the case that when you needed to speak to the minister, you would call his chief of staff first. The way you did it was you would call the minister, and only if you could not reach him, then you call the chief of staff.
Yes, on particular days, all members of whether parliament, ministers, all of them, there's something called ANC Day. On ANC Day, it's obviously open for Minister Senzo Mchunu to call him. I would call him specifically on that day. But if he could not answer on that day, this is when I'll check the chief of staff and he say, he's in the constituency work or he's with the branch elsewhere. But only on ANC work, on ANC Day, I would call the minister, not randomly every day.
Thank you.
And how often did you end up communicating with the chief of staff?
Often, in which sense, Commissioner?
How many calls have you exchanged with him? How many WhatsApps have you exchanged with him?
I cannot remember.
Are we talking about 1 or 2, 10 or 20? What kind of level of communication?
Yeah, WhatsApp will not speak much. It's only on the days, not much. We'll only speak when I could not. Those are the things which I don't usually record.
99.2.2, you deal with Mr. Karim, and you address him all the way down to 99.2.7. Can you take the Commission through those paragraphs which describe your relationship with Mr. Karim?
Mr. Suleiman Karim is and was always a very prominent businessman in Mahikeng. I've known him for a number of years in that capacity. I used to run a business where I distributed groceries, which I obtained on a wholesale basis from Mr. Karim, and then distribute on retail basis for profit within the larger Mahikeng community. Mr. Karim is a prominent business person within the Mahikeng society, and he has done a lot for the upliftment of especially the youth in the greater Mahikeng area. I was aware that Mr. Karim was an investor in the contract or tender awarded to Matlala by the South African Police Service, which later became contentious. Mr. Karim and I have traditionally had a very good relationship.
So, sorry, I asked you to go all the way through, but can I get clarity on 99.2.3? When you say you were aware that he was an investor in the tender awarded to Mr. Matlala by the SAPS, was that something you knew independent of your undercover work in relation to Mr. Matlala, or was it something that you found out in your investigation?
No, it was not from Matlala or investigation. Mr. Karim did call me to say, I have invested money in this SAPS tender. There's a guy, his name is Kat, and I did not tell him the role or whatever that I was doing on Kat or against Kat. And then what he wanted to find out in particular, he then said, I wish I can find out if I'm starting to feel that this tender is not authentic, kind of due diligence. Is there anyone that you know in SAPS who can tell us, who can confirm that this contract indeed is authentic or not? And I couldn't really find that out for him. That's when I started talking to Kat, which also opened the way for me when I spoke to Kat. But Kat, do you have appointment letter? Were you appointed? Because now As you say, they are struggling to pay you. Were you really appointed? And then Kat said, yes, of course I'm being appointed. But also, Suleiman Karim showed me the papers of investment with Kat's appointment letter. I think we met in Mahikeng. He was showing me that this is how he was appointed. And I also said, I believe this is authentic. It looked very authentic.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last statement of yours.
It looked very authentic, but remember, I never said to Suleiman Karim that it was General Sibiya who gave me the contact number of the service provider. But I told him, yes, it is authentic, because I could see the same tender which I was having some investigations on.
And when you say he showed you the papers of investment, what do you mean by that? Did he?
The loan agreement.
And what did the loan agreement involve?
The amount of money invested, the terms of payment as to whenever you get paid.
Let me be more specific. What was the amount invested?
10 million rand.
10 million.
That's correct.
So Mr. Karim advanced 10 million to Mr. Matlala for the purposes of this tender.
That's correct.
And the terms of repayment?
I did not read the entire document, but part of what I saw was, as and when he get paid, he will be paying off this money.
This loan agreement is to Mr. Matlala personally or the business that got the tender?
Or the business, the Mediware tender. It was strictly for the particular tender we are referring to.
Thank you.
In 99.2.7, you say that on 4 March, you sent Mr. Karim a WhatsApp containing a screenshot, and you say purported to have been sent by Minister Mkhunu. I think that's an error, purported to have been sent to Minister Mkhunu. If we can just go to that screenshot, it's at page 118. Do you have it?
To me, it's not 118.
If you look at the foot of page 118.
Oh, yes, that's it.
There is a message from Mr. Matlala sent to you.
That's correct.
That says, "Good morning, Minister. I just received a call from our guy, who's a service provider for our health risk management project. He's got very serious concerns. Apparently, you gave a directive to scrutinize his contract, and while they're at it, they must stall as much as they can to release purchase orders until you guys come up with something that can warrant the termination of service."
That's correct.
Now, that's a WhatsApp that Mr. Matlala sends to you on the 4th of March.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Are you saying that you had earlier sent this WhatsApp to Mr. Karim?
That's correct. In this instance, you'll check that as I'm sitting, I will not have the content of Mr. Matlala's problems. And in that case, if you check on top, there was a call between me and him, or maybe something like that. I will then ask him, look, for me to direct your message to the minister in a way that you want it, please draft something for me, send it to me so that I can copy and send to the minister. So indeed, I did ask him to send me this message.
So this is a message that Mr. Matlala sends to you at your suggestion, formulating the message that he wants you to send on his behalf to the minister.
Correct.
That's not what is said in paragraph 99.2.7. Is 99.2.7 incorrect? Because in 99.2.7 you talk about you sending
Message to Karim.
this message to Mr. Karim.
Yes. But this message, it may, I think there's a mistake with numbering here. It will be a problem with numbering, commissioners. What I know is that the message that I'm referring to, and on 4 March 2025, I sent Mr. Karim a message containing screenshot to have been sent by minister. It must be a signal message which I'm able to craft, like I've been saying. I wish I could be allowed to do something and bring it. It's the message that says, whatever that I will want Karim to hear, something that will make him feel okay about the response from the minister. So I believe I'll have to find the correct reference in respect of that.
Okay, don't need to take it further now. Then paragraph 99.3, you respond to the various references in the chats to an iPad guy.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Maybe I can take them to you. If we start at page 45. Sorry. I had my wrong. If you 45 on the 23rd of December. You write to Mr. Matlala saying iPad guy name, and then you follow that up with, my brother, any news from iPad? And then there is an audio video call. Two, in fact. What were you interested in relation to iPad there? What was your inquiry with Mr. Matlala about?
I did mention the iPad guy was someone who was known by Matlala, whom he said, remember the case was open both in Soweto and Brooklyn. He said to me he has someone in iPad who can help with investigation of these cases. That's why.
And sorry, which cases are we talking about?
His case of assault.
His case of assault.
Of numerous years. And that's why I'm going to ask commissioners to go to page 46. You commissioners will realize that every time it is me who ask him about the iPad and his court case, because I wanted to know in particular what is the name of this iPad guy. I did not know him. I still cannot tell who the iPad guy is.
And why were you interested in the name of the iPad guy?
That is one of the criminal network I wanted to establish, that someone can have iPad person who can do these arrests on his behalf.
So you were trying to identify who Mr. Matlala had in his pay, possibly in iPad?
In iPad, yes.
Then the other individuals we asked you to comment on are listed on 99.4 to 99.12. You've addressed all of them with the possible exception of General Khan. Is there anything further that you would like to say in relation to General Khan, your relationship with General Khan, your communications with General Khan?
Yeah, I do not have any communication with General Khan. General Khan, I met him physically. He was in the car. I was with my handler. It was about that period, about after the plot of his dismissal. It was only then my handler said, and then they opened the window and said, "This is General Khan." And that was the time I heard of him so many times. By the time I shook his hand, that was the day. Beside that, there is no any other relationship.
So apart from shaking General Khan's hand, you've had no contact with him?
No, I never had contact with him.
If you had no relationship with him, what was your interest in the disciplinary process against him to a point where you were hoping that General Mkhwanazi would not accept to be chairperson of that disciplinary hearing? Because that's your evidence. Why would you be interested in it if you didn't know him?
It was not the interest on General Khan. Even if it was General James, as long as it was in the crime intelligence and having someone plotted against, I would do the same. It was not about General Khan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then in 99.13, you say you performed no role for Mr. Matlala in relation to the Minister of Police, Mr. Mkhunu.
No role, that's correct.
And then we deal with the signal chats. And there are 3 signal chats that you received from the Minister that you confirm. And maybe if we can take them in chronological order and start with the signal chat that you forwarded to Mr. Matlala on 27 December. That's Annexure BM9 at page 137. Can we go there?
Yes.
Do you have it?
I have it.
So it was forwarded to Mr. Mogotsi on the 27th of the 12th, the 27th of December. But it's a screenshot of a conversation between yourself and the Minister at a different time. And if we just go down to page 138, we see that at least the second half of the screenshot relates to the December chats on the December 23rd and December 24th. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm, Commissioners.
Now, the first part of the chat, right up at page 137, when was that message, please, sent to you?
It was sent by Minister Senzo Mkhunu to me about please update.
And when did he send it to you? Because it could have been one day before the 23rd. It could have been 1 year before the 23rd. Do you remember? Do you know what it refers to?
Yeah, I cannot necessarily say I confirm, but it was. I can still say it was sent the same day, or it was sent because it's a screenshot. I understand the point, but it was sent to me by Minister Senzo Mkhunu, and of course I have a screenshot which I forwarded to Ket Matlala.
So it would certainly have been forwarded to you before Monday, the 23rd of December, because we see lower down, there's a dateline Monday, 23rd December there. Can we just scroll down a little? You see, when it says we got a breakthrough, that says Monday, December the 23rd.
Yes, I know the message.
But do you recall what this chat was about?
Yes, definitely, I do recall, Commissioners.
Can you tell us what it was about?
Please
First,
update.
starting with please update, it was during your tenure.
That's correct. The message about please update, there was a what we call in Stelfontein, Operation Volumkoti, that one in Flagstop. The minister did go there, and the part where I talk about the tenure, I was referring to, we had a call, and I was trying to identify for him, because there was the leaders of community in Stelfontein. So I was trying to explain to him this particular person I was referring to. And then I said that was the time when he was speaking. That time the minister was talking, and he wanted to know an update, and I said, and if you can check even the time, this time came after we have spoken, when I said during your tenure. The update was that Stelfontein matter about the arrest, whatever that was happening in Stelfontein. But when I say it was...
And is that the arrest you told us about earlier, the operation with the Sun City docket and...
No. That was the Stelfontein, the Zamazamas. He went there many times. But the police update, and it was your tenure, it's not the same message. I was not responding to police update. If you check the time, he sent me 1:45 to 2. Then we spoke on WhatsApp about something that I think it will appear in one of the messages about this endeavor. And that's when I said during your tenure. Mari, please update, he wanted, because I called him. I did not respond to him here. I called him to say they are not yet arrested. It was about the kingpin of the Zamazamas who ran away from custody, because it was the meeting that he held. He had a meeting with people in Stelfontein. And I said to him, and I gave him that the man was not yet arrested. I updated him on the WhatsApp. I called him. But this message about it was during your tenure is not a response to this. This I just sent it. I just sent responding to something else, which we spoke about telephonically, verbally.
This first part of the message, which you say was about the arrest, you say this one had to do with Operation Volumkoti, where you say he says please update.
Yeah, about the arrest was in Volumkoti. Yes.
Why would you want an update about an arrest from you when this is a police matter?
No. Commissioners, there's no way if you want an update about arrest, then I could tell him about his tenure. The tenure was something else that we spoke about. It will come up in the other meeting. Should the evidence leader go there, or I will go there?
No, before you do that, I'm not asking you about the tenure. I'm not asking you about that.
Oh, yes, the update you wanted to know.
You've just said that question about please update related to arrests to do with the Operation Volumkoti, right? Am I representing your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So my question is, if the minister wants to know whether there's been an arrest relating to an operation of Volumkoti, why would he ask you when it is a police matter and he's got police who report to him who are dealing with it?
Yeah, if you check the message, like I said, there was a community meeting in Stelfontein where there was community members, CPF people who were involved. And he thought I would have known better because I was interacting with those people. Just to say the person who ran away, because they were saying the community was going to look and hunt till they find him. So he just thought I would have had first-hand information because I was in stealth in Blackstone that time.
So you would have first-hand information about an arrest ahead of the police.
Yes.
So you would have first-hand ahead of the police.
Not necessarily the police. As a civilian, you know, if the community decide to look for a person intending to effect probably, I would say, a civilian arrest or of some sort, but it was the community which was saying this man must be arrested. They kept on saying, and they were roaming all over to leak. So it was relevant for him to ask me that what he was trying to say, did the community arrest this person? Because the community was looking for him. That's good.
Thank you.
Then when you write back to him on the 23rd of December saying we got a breakthrough, there are then 2 calls from him to you.
Yes.
What was the breakthrough you were talking about?
You see, now this is again a different thing. Because these guys, it has nothing to do with this one of Stilfontein. No, it was not Stilfontein. It was something else. I just cannot remember what was that breakthrough, but it was not the Stilfontein. Neither was it anything to do with politics. I can't remember what this message, but I did send this message. It came from me to Minister Senso. There's nothing to do with the police or Stilfontein.
But if you go down a page, well, not down a page, just over the page to Tuesday, December the 24th, the minister asks you, was the arrest effected?
Yes, but this is the same question Commissioner did ask me now about the arrest in Stilfontein.
So, am I understanding you correctly that the start of this screenshot is talking about Stilfontein?
Yes.
Please update, it was during your tenure.
Yes, during your tenure it's not Stilfontein again.
It's not Stilfontein?
The tenure, no.
No, okay, else, so yes. Please update sometime before the Monday. Then there's some calls which you say were about Stilfontein. The outgoing calls, you calling the minister. Then there's we got a breakthrough which you can't remember it's about what that was about, and then there's some incoming calls, and then the minister on Tuesday the 24th says was the arrest effected, and that
yes.
is about Stilfontein.
That's about Stilfontein.
And we can't, you clearly replied to it because you can see the top of what would be a signal response, but we don't see what you said.
You know, Commissioner, you know, it is really natural for one not to capture everything. But if I remember, I can recall something in Stilfontein. There were police officers who were somehow subjected to disciplinary processes, but I never spoke to the minister about that. Those who were charged for letting the kingpin run away and stuff like that. So I really have to put it that the issue of we got a breakthrough, I can't remember what were we talking about, but we were not talking about Stilfontein. I cannot remember because even the community members, the arrest that I was anticipating that we expected from the community members never happened. We couldn't get that person, number one. And when he spoke to me about, where I spoke about the breakthrough, I will have to remember what did I refer to. But where he asked me about the arrest, I know the only time we spoke about the arrest It was about the Stilfontein from that community. There was no other arrest which we spoke about. But the breakthrough, I can't remember. It was during your tenure. I know where that thing falls in. Because we spoke about something else, and that's when I responded to this one.
Do you recall what you spoke about that was something else?
Besides the Stilfontein?
Besides Stilfontein, yeah.
I cannot remember.
Do you remember what this during your tenure?
Yes, that I remember
was about?
very well.
I think that's what you're being asked.
Oh, about the tenure, it was there was a I don't have to take you to this message. I mean, I look for that part, commissioners.
Sorry, which message are you?
That gonna speak to your tenure.
Is that the message about the Constitutional Court judgment?
No. The Constitutional Court judgment, it has to do with the release of people who were sentenced to life after they were forced into a 204 statement by the PKTT. It's not that one. I will perhaps request the Commission that I should go and make notes, and as I come tomorrow, I'll be able to find this.
Let's not dwell on it now, but can I take you to the next one, which is the Constitutional Court judgment message? That's BM8 of the 31st of December. And it starts at the foot of page 135 and it goes down to the end of page 136. And there you write to the Minister, Minister, I'm going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we've got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sabia or the Minister can charge Kumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy, having this kind of policing. The good thing now is these are not allegations, but a court judgment.
Yes, I did send this message.
So you sent that to the Minister?
That's correct.
Now, and you've explained your understanding of the Makala judgment. What were you suggesting to the Minister in relation to the Makala judgment? Why would this be a matter for disciplining? Sorry, which Kumalo are you talking about?
The Kumalo in the political killing test team.
Major General Kumalo who's also head of crime intelligence.
That's correct. No, not crime intelligence. It's in the KZN, not Lieutenant General.
Not Lieutenant General.
Yes. This is an incident that took place in 2020 or 2021, where the PKTT has obtained a statement, and when a person decides to change the statement, and they forced the person, the accused, to become 204. And during trial, the witnesses did mention to the court that they were forced to write this. They did not intend, they did not want to write this. They were sentenced to life. They went to SCA, and they went to the Constitutional Court, and they were acquitted by the Constitutional Court. And this message It has nothing to do with my work. I did not investigate this thing. And I may have been misplaced or think this would be the remedy. But I did write this message to say, Minister, here is a judgment of some people who have been sent to prison for something that they did not do and being forced by the political killing task team to become 204, put a statement. Unfortunately, the minister did not even entertain me. He never responded to this message. He said nothing.
Why were you suggesting that General Sabia should be the one to do the disciplinary hearing rather than the National Commissioner?
To charge them.
Indeed.
Yes, commissioners, in my mind, I believed either Sabia or either of the two should do something about it. And whether one is a contact or not contact, naturally a person will have feelings to say, but how can anyone can imagine being a witness, being forced to say something and ultimately being sentenced, and you appeal to a SCA, you go and you end up being acquitted by Constitutional Court for something that you did not do, just in the name of the PKTT. That's the reason. And when I checked this, and whoever I spoke to, they said, this has nothing to do with Kumalo, this has nothing to do with whoever. The minister cannot charge these people, and he did not even respond to me. It was my thinking that time.
Why did you think General Kumalo in particular should be the one that's disciplined for this? Were there any facts in the judgment that pointed to you've read the judgment, that's why you forward it, and that's why you suggest it's enough to charge General Kumalo? What is it in this judgment that pointed to General Kumalo being guilty of misconduct that was committed here?
Yes, that's why I said at that time, I took it that it is their making, they must actually be accountable also. But as I just like I'm saying, it is not specifically General Kumalo who did this.
Yeah, well, your WhatsApp message is very specific. It says Sabia can charge Kumalo. So I'm asking because
Yes.
you're very specific.
Yes.
What in the judgment
Okay.
pointed you to it's Kumalo that must be disciplined? What about the facts here?
When the team commits an offense, the person responsible for that team must take the responsibility.
Is that the only basis?
That's the basis. He is the project manager of this political killing task team.
Yes. Thank you.
Did you read the judgment?
Not in totality.
So where did you get the idea that this was a PKTT matter?
In part of the processes, it talks about them. The matter was done by them. It is them who were investigating the matter. It was a killing of a councillor, and it falls within the ambit of the political killing task team.
I mean, it was in fact a killing of a councillor in Knysna.
That's correct.
And it had nothing to do with PKTT, in fact.
Yeah, but it was investigated by them.
Well, we can discuss that tomorrow. The last screenshot I want to take you to is BM11 at page 142. It was sent by you to Mr. Matlala on the 30th of January, but it's a screenshot of an exchange that you had with the minister on the 26th of January.
Yes, I did send a message.
can you just explain to us what you are speaking to? First of all, you say, "Morning, Minister. I'm in Durban and can confirm they got nothing on Phoenix Saga, and our contact says they couldn't even go to any bank. By the way, the girls here also." What's that referring to?
There was information that there were some people who went to Phoenix. Phoenix is a business based in Durban, and it was alleged that he was involved with Minister Senzo Mchunu when he was a Minister of Water and Sanitation. So there were some allegations that there are certain people who went to Durban or to KZN to go and find out, to go and establish or investigate or go to find out as to what is it that Mr. Senzo Mchunu was involved with Phoenix.
And who was allegedly investigating?
I am not sure. It was just information.
But somebody must, you say, can confirm that they got nothing on Phoenix Saga. So did you not know who they were?
No, we just heard there were two guys from Gauteng, from which organization. It was not, there was no any specific response to that.
And how did you know that they got nothing?
Because of the contact and people who were around, and the girl who told us, the same girl that I'm mentioning here, she did say they came, but they couldn't even proceed with whatever they were saying.
And were you mandated by the minister to look into this issue?
Repeat the question, Commissioner.
Were you mandated by the minister to look into this issue?
No. Because I was in Durban and I heard about that, I just thought I should talk to him about it.
So this was the first contact you had with him over that issue?
Yes, it was the first. You mean the first time in terms of me talking to him about it?
Yes.
No, I did. I did talk to him over the phone, but he said there is nothing there. I don't know what they're talking about, and he never sent me. But because I was in Durban, I just thought I should check on that particular issue.
Then you say tomorrow we're signing the practice notes on the Northwest PEC matter for the SCA in Pretoria with the senior counsel. The matter will be a month from tomorrow. What was that referring to?
That had nothing to do with the minister. It was my program, and therefore I had to tell him that I will be in Pretoria. I was checking in case he'll be in Pretoria.
Oh, so you're saying essentially to him, I've got to be in Pretoria tomorrow, so maybe if you're in Pretoria, we can meet, as it were.
No, I'm just saying he should know that I will not be in Durban, I'll be in Pretoria.
I hear it.
Yes.
Then, briefing. The businesswoman who'd like to assist our program also participated in BRICS cybersecurity is available to meet with the minister. Apparently you did meet before. Now, what was our program that the businesswoman wanted to assist?
Oh, there is a program, and it could not even kickstart for Senzo Mchunu in the KZN. It's a charity organization. At some later stage, he felt that it should not continue. But the idea was to, in fact, even the lady was to have a charity organization for which Comrade Senzo Mtunu could work on, especially when he's home.
So when you refer to our program, you're talking about a charitable foundation that Minister Mtunu was setting up?
Yes, that he actually planned to set up, but he ended up not setting it up.
Why do you refer to it as our program?
I wanted to be part of it. As a charity organization, I would gladly participate in that program.
Then, under 2, the guy of the funding is also in Johannesburg from Tuesday. So the guy of the funding, brackets 20, is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Who are you referring to there?
Oh, this other guy, and there's no one who has 3 billion. It was a mistake. It's not 3 billion contract with SAPS.
But who are you referring to, and what is the value of that contract?
The contract was about 30 million contract with SAPS.
30 million, not 3 billion.
No, not 3 billion.
But who is the guy?
Yeah. And that guy, I thought we could also use him for the same program, that charity organization. I was going to combine them and have one program.
Sorry, but who is he?
Oh, Josias. His name was Josias.
Sorry, can you?
Josias.
Josias.
Yeah.
Josias, is that his first name, his surname?
I can't remember his name. We were just interacting, and he said he had a contract with SAPS for 30 million, and the same applies to him. We ended up not meeting with that guy.
So are you essentially suggesting to the minister here that someone who has a contract with SAPS can possibly be used as a source of funding for this charity foundation that the minister is setting up?
Yeah, like I said, you can see also he did not respond, but he did not agree that he should have this person being a funder or something. It is me who said, and that's why I was very specific to outline, to confirm and kind of a declaration, but to show interest that the person has contract with SAPS, that he was also in Joburg.
Then the last section of this message, which spills over the page, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Kumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters. What does that refer to?
With this whole thing, commissioners, this thing is cut off. Yes, also that message I sent is true. It's number 3, under number 2.
Yes, also it's under number 2.
Yes.
I'll read it for you because it does get cut off, but I've got access to a better copy in the original. It says, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Kumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters.
Yes. During this period, the Chief of Staff did allude to me that after his conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, General Mkhonazi did mention to him that he has some problems, and whenever he mentioned those problems, he did mention my name. So I have requested that if possible, we could meet with General Committee with the DNC and Chief of Staff, that I can actually find out specifically what is it that General Mogotsi did have a problem about. But and General Sibiya felt that it is not necessary to meet, because I did even ask the minister if that we are able to do, because the Chief of Staff did tell me that generally Lieutenant General Mogotsi has a problem with me, and I thought we should find a way that I could, but the minister also did not agree to that, and that meeting never took place.
So what is the issue? I mean, you've spoken about the Mogotsi matter, but the text says for finalization of Khumalo and General Mogotsi's matters.
Yes, because I did talk to the DNC alone. I did talk to the Chief of Staff. I was hoping we'll be able to just to find out that I wanted to speak to the DNC and Chief of Staff to say, I really need to know what is it that General Mogotsi has a problem with, but the meeting never took place.
I understand the meeting never took place, but I want to know what the relevance of Khumalo is in that meeting.
Yes, it's to finalize that meeting, to finalize that issue, all of it. Because remember, when to me it sounded like General Mogotsi did tell General Khumalo about that text of mine that I sent about him. I just thought that is the case. But because we never met, I ended up not knowing what General Khumalo had a problem about.
So, when you said you were meeting, you told the minister you were meeting with General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff today,
Yes.
which would have been the 26th of January.
Yes.
But in fact, that meeting didn't take place.
Didn't take place.
And just if we scroll a little bit down, you then text the minister at 13:16 on the same day.
Yes.
DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant.
Yes, it's because the meeting never materialized. Chief of Staff did not come.
So the Chief of Staff didn't come, but General Sibiya did come.
No, remember General Sibiya was in Durban already. But I knew he was going to fly back. And that meeting never materialized.
Yes, but you say General Sibiya is waiting for the Chief of Staff here.
Yes, because I did ask him that the Chief of Staff should meet with him and he must brief him exactly what is it that General Mogotsi was saying he had a problem about with me. But that meeting did not materialize.
So the meeting never happened.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But as far as you were concerned, that was because the Chief of Staff didn't come. General Sibiya was waiting for him.
What I implied to say he was waiting, I meant, remember, he's not staying in KZN. And if he was willing to meet the Chief of Staff and not coming, I thought the minister could ask Chief of Staff to go and see him to discuss this issue of General Mogotsi.
And you say to the minister, this is very significant with a capital S.
That's correct, I did.
Why would it be significant for the minister?
To ask the Chief of Staff to meet with General Sibiya. General Sibiya said, look, there's nothing that I can do. Get the Chief of Staff, because it is General Mogotsi who spoke to the Chief of Staff. So I cannot call him myself.
I understand General Sibiya's position, but why would it be significant? You're telling the minister this is very significant. What significance was it for the minister?
As I said, Commissioners, General Mogotsi did say whatever that he said to the Chief of Staff. And for them to meet, I thought it was significant because Chief of Staff was going to relate whatever that he heard from the Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
And did you see this as a matter of importance for the minister?
No, not the minister to attend.
No, but why would the minister be bothered with something? I mean, it sounds to me that your understanding of what was going on is that General Mkhwanazi had complained to the Chief of Staff about you.
That's correct.
And a meeting was now going to be held to try and sort that out, or at least to let you understand why there was this complaint about you. Why would that be significant for the minister?
Not necessarily to understand why. For the Chief of Staff to narrate the story that he heard from General Mkhwanazi, for him to brief him that this is what General Mkhwanazi said. But now that did not happen.
Chair, we've run quite a long way past 4. I'm assuming we ought to have stopped at 4, or do we run to 4:30?
Should we not get to the end of this part of the testimony? We are a couple of pages to the end.
Sure. If you, Mr. Mogotsi, are you happy to finish the statement today?
It's not my call.
I'm afraid you're right there. Let's proceed. It's not going to take long. So, the last screenshot that we see is BM10 on 31st of January at page 140. This is actually a screenshot not of a signal message but of a WhatsApp message, which was forwarded on the 31st of January at 12:34. Now, you say in 99.15 that this is a screenshot of a message which I fabricated and then on-sent to Matlala as if I've received this from the Minister Mpunu. In fact, it's as if you'd received it from, I think, the Chief of Staff, because I think Senzo Chief is the Chief of Staff, which I did not. But I wanted to create the impression with Matlala that this was the position. So you say you fabricated it, or you?
No. I fabricated the part, the name there, Chief of Staff, Senzo Chief. That's what I changed. I put his profile there. But if you look at this message, it also came from Kat, explaining to me his position with South African Police Service, where he says, if you check it, outstanding caseload could do well. This was his problem. And I said, send me this message so that I can send it to the Chief of Staff. On top there, he said, please arrange a meeting as soon as possible. I think they're escalating the matter to him of non-performance. Rather, let me, I'll explain it to the manager. You'll explain it to the minister. Now there, he sent me this message as is. I copied the message and changed that portion where it's written Senzo of Staff, Senzo Chief. So that's the fabrication I made, and I sent it back to Kat to show him that I sent him the message.
No, I understand that, but so what did you actually do? You took it, because if one scrolls down, one sees that the whole screenshot has a copy of, well, what it looks like is there is a copy of the original message sent by Kat. Then there's a voice call then you send something responding to the message, and your message says this matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance, and the you, I suppose, is designed to look like the Chief of Staff, because this is supposed to be an engagement with the Chief of Staff. Our guy needs your intervention. January 08 guy who's about to take over our program. This non-performance is a result of non-payment and or late payments. I'm sending him your numbers that you meet, please.
Yes, that's correct.
So how, you say this is a fabrication?
Yes, and I can do the same thing, and I can put your number there. Or anyone that you want.
So what did you do? Can you just explain how you created this fabrication?
All right. The message comes to my phone, and on the name of, let's say I saved Brown Mogotsi. On my phone, I can take Tsepo and save him Brown Mogotsi. The same way with the profile of Brown Mogotsi. And I send that message and then take a screenshot and delete all on Tsepo. Tsepo will also not see immediately. Then this copy, I'll send it to Ket Madlanga.
So what you did is you actually, you created a kind of bogus censor chief identity, or not even a bogus censor chief identity. You forwarded that message
to Ket.
No, not to Ket.
To somebody else. It's like when
to somebody else.
Yes, like with these two phones of mine, I can send this message here and write this phone Tsepo. It will look Tsepo.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you create a conversation, and then at the end of it all, you put censor chief in, or have you created a false censor chief to have the conversation with in the first place?
As you create your own censor chief.
Okay, so this was a conversation that you had essentially with yourself with a label censor chief.
That's correct.
On WhatsApp.
That's how it's done. You have two WhatsApps or whatever to do it, and then you take a screenshot. What is important is that the screenshot is to prove that I have spoken to censor chief.
And you then afterwards send a V card to Mr. Madlanga with the details, and then with a message that has to be sent to the Chief of Staff saying, hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown, requesting a meeting, please, and you say, please talk to him.
That's correct.
But of course, the result of all of this is that Mr. Madlanga is going to try to call the Chief of Staff.
That's correct. And also you'll check, there are two options in these operations. If the contact number of the Chief of Staff is on the minister's, what you call the ministry website, you can give it to someone. But if it's not on the ministry website, you will send the number, but out of the 10 numbers, one will be shifted, and you'll never reach him.
So he was never going to reach the Chief of Staff on this number. I now understand this screenshot, Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Mogotsi.
Call me Madlanga.
I've done it twice. I apologize.
Next time I'll be on Wiki.
Chair, 99.17. Maybe if you could just quickly run through the rest of the statement from 99.17 to 101, just to indicate and amplify quickly if there's anything that you want to add.
Maybe before you do that, let me just make sure that I understand that page 141 the last two messages where you say, hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown requesting a meeting, please. You're saying that's you writing to Mr. Matala what he should send to the Chief of Staff. Am I understanding it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Then there's the following message which says, please talk to him. This is you to Mr. Matala. Are you still writing for him what he should communicate? What in fact are you communicating here?
104.
141. It's that page you were looking at with Mr. Chaskasen just now? 141? So you've got from the bottom, you've got the second from the bottom, and you say that's you constructing a message for Mr. Matala to send to Chief of Staff. But then you also send him a message that says, please talk to him. Who is this
Is
for?
to show, I screenshot again to show Matala that, or I forwarded, I'm showing him the message that I sent to the Chief of Staff, which I didn't send.
Oh, so you're saying to Matala that you've asked the Chief of Staff to talk to you?
And I was quickly, now this must be done quickly because and he also sent me a message, please talk to him.
Yes.
At that moment. And you know that moment he won't be able to reach him.
All right. Thank you.
And there's another option also, because now I'm talking this openly. Sometimes, in operations like this, one is able to even make a swim swap, and the whole day you don't get calls. Somebody is talking on your number as if it's you.
That's not what happened here.
That's not what happened.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Mogotsi, can you take us from 9917 through to the end of the statement?
The SAPS document forwarded to Matlala was received by me through various sources within my network, which I recruited as a contact agent working for crime intelligence. I'm not at liberty to disclose the source identity, mindful of the repercussions that may follow. The information in each message contains information concerning crime intelligence that you forwarded to Matlala. All messages I sent to Matlala was in furtherance of my task order as a contact agent. Conclusions: at all relevant times hereto, I was duly authorized contact agent acting for and on behalf of crime intelligence, instructed by my handler or co-handler in terms of certain ad hoc task orders. I was privy to documents and information being a contact agent with a vast network of information gathering sources. In terms of instruction received from my handler and co-handler, and in furtherance of executing the mandates contained in the task order, instructions from them are engaged with the person stated herein above to the extent that I described.
Thanks, Mr. Mogotsi. Is there anything you would want to add to the statement before we pick up tomorrow when you'll be questioned on it?
I don't think, I've not identified anything so far. But I did mention in the statement somewhere that should there be a necessity for any supplementary, I believe I will be somehow allowed to, or I'll make that request to bring any supplementary.
We note that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair, we've reached a useful point to end for the day.
Thank you. Mr. Mogotsi, see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Let us adjourn.
Thank you.